Hello and welcome to another episode of Dungeon with the Dungeon Master. My name is Alex K, and I am that Dungeon Master. Welcome to episode 53 of Arkelya. I don't think there's any major announcements this week. So yeah.
I might have a job. So that's
for me. Yeah. So does anyone else have any? Okay, Joseph, right there, just having a big moment.
So what the hell is going on in Petite's background?
That's Joseph Joestar.
Do we want to know?
Oh no! Oh.
Well, you have to sing it now.
Oh boy.
Right, so it sounds like one person got a job.
Yep.
And as far as that, anyone else have any announcements to share?
I started my new job today. Well, this week, Tuesday. So yeah.
Nice.
I've officially started riding as a paramedic using my full skill set, so that's pretty cool.
Riding or riding?
Let's go.
Riding on the ambulance.
Yeah.
Okay.
I thought I heard writing too, and I'm like, okay.
Yeah, it's whenever you're on the ambulance, you're riding on the ambulance. It's a term, but anyway, so that's cool. Got to do some paramedic stuff on my last shift. It was very cool.
I got 2 jobs.
Nice.
I started a new one very recently, and then, like, 2 weeks in, I got a much better offer. Now I'm having a moral quandary of whether or not I should just ditch this place for a much better one.
Yes.
Or not.
Yep. Ditch.
Take the better offer if it works better out for your situation.
Yeah, if it's locations.
Yes, indeed.
You work for so.
Yeah.
I think it's that you work for yourself, right? Is what you were gonna say, Kyle? No? Alright, Kyle's microphone. He must be in those little dead pockets.
Because you don't have to worry about longevity or anything at this point. Like, you're not worried about pension or retirement. You just started this new job. Yeah, absolutely go with a better offer.
Provided that the job is a job you'd prefer to do too, right? Could be.
And it's secure. Yeah.
It's the exact same thing. It's more secure, better pay. It's just better objectively.
It's no-brainer.
Yeah, exactly. Just run.
The other guys.
Who cares?
Okay, we'll talk
You
about it
are
another time.
not. You are
Yeah,
not.
we'll talk about it after.
Not them.
Yeah.
I mean, in your case, you actually have a really good example. I'm sorry I had multiple applications going at the same time. I thought that that you guys were, everything seemed really good, but I got this offer that's just far better. I'm sorry. It's like you have a really good excuse. Your loyalties are not that tested yet because you were shopping at the same time.
Yep.
Mhm.
But we're gonna end our professional Saramar at this point in time and get into the game. Alright, so you all are at the Giver's Chalice right now. It is afternoon, 1 to 2 in the evening, right? Blue sky, you can see it. You're currently on the precipice of the cathedral's doors and the Terrace of the Blessed. So moments ago, Rithos had just left you, and you guys had left a companion in a room deeper inside the Giver's Chalice. The Giver's Chalice is filled with iconography of heaven-esque depictions, golden clouds, blue skies, wings, feathers, things of that nature. It's very ostentatious, kind of very Orthodox Christian. Inside, there's a lot of like gold and illuminance inside the interior of it. You would know that there is a heavy vacancy inside the interior of the cathedral, and since Rithos just left, the double doors that lead out, which you guys are near the precipice, right? You're like in this hallway that leads out of the cathedral. You can see the cathedral still behind you if you turn around, but you look forward, you're looking down a small little hallway, and then you're seeing the sky outside, right? And the courtyard that leads to the Giver's Chalice. And it's also very vacant, per the request of one Exalted Blade to have the facility and area around it. So at this time, this is where you guys are right now, with a laundry list of potential things you want to do. So what would you all like to do?
Oh goodness.
That's a hard question.
Right? We have so many opportunities to friggin' pursue right now.
Well, I think we should.
We described what we needed to do last time.
We should turn that book in, probably.
Probably.
Yes, I agree that we should go to the One moment. We should go to the Terrace of Curiosities and speak with Yzeo Combos.
I think we need to make sure we stay together, that we move as a group. Don't let anyone else get carted off.
Hmm.
We need to be real careful in the city, I think, until we can get out of here.
So I suppose that's the decision. No more going off on our own. As long as we're here, everybody stays together.
I feel like we should just kind of adopt that rule in general.
I suppose.
Absolutely.
Says the guy that fucking died when he went on his own last time.
That's the reason why he's saying that, right? Exactly.
Well, Evelyn's like drawing a nice bath, and
He was slime covered oozed. He had to take another bath after that ordeal.
Beth. Right. Should we get going then?
We are going.
All right, so you guys are headed to the Terrace of the Blessed. Sorry, Terrace of the Curiosity.
Curiosity. Yes.
You'll have to go through the Terrace of the Blessed, but you're currently at that already. So, as the finer image that has been hidden from you this entire time kind of suggests that you will have to go down the main bridge, go down to the lower level. But as you do such, you will then have the opportunity to migrate off. But that would mean that you would have to go through the Terrace of the Walked. So as you go down the road, down this large bridge that heads down elevation, hopefully the art gives a better depiction that yes, massive waterfall to the left, massive waterfall to the right, falls down to the lower valley down below right, fog, mists from down there in the recess. Eventually we'll get to the terrace, and as you got further through the Terrace of the Blessed, there was other population in that area, but it's very similar to the population you saw previously. Just as when you got far enough away from the Giver's Chalice is when you started seeing residents, but most of them are armed individuals. The Terrace of the Blessed did not seem like it was a place that had much housing compared to all the lower terraces. This place felt like it was much more of a sacred situation, which you guys now, because you witnessed it, recognize. Okay, yeah, there is some very good claim as to why it has a higher prevalence. So yeah, going down the bridge, you end up in the Terrace of the Walked, where Doma, with disdain, might see the giant black cube, which is the Venerable Vault. Though really, it wasn't the vault that did anything wrong to. The vault was actually
still just scorch marks and broken pillars.
Down below. Yeah, but they'll repair it. They'll clean it up, repair
be
it.
fine.
It's not a terrible concern. What happened to you might bring bad memories, but the vault itself was very pretty. There was interesting architecture choices and things used as architecture and there. So definitely some cool aesthetic. Well, maybe for some people, maybe not for others. Anywho, you're the only one that knows about it, so you might just like keep your lips shut as everyone kind of walks by, super quiet, like robots, just walking down on my very animated NPC cast, apparently. Yeah, so eventually you would get to the next series of bridges, which would then be your first time ever leaving the main route of Veneer, going now to one of the other rises. So you head up. Now this rise is not as tall as the Terrace of the Blessed, but it is taller than the Terrace of the Walk, and so you do have to go up an incline a little bit, maybe some 20 or so feet. But as the bridge moves up, there's kind of like almost a slight like stairish kind of portion of it. You do recognize that this bridge has two roads actually. So there's actually like a cubed two routes, but both routes can have support incoming and oncoming traffic. That's the design here. So you get incredibly close to one of the outlets of the massive waterways, just dumping off from the mountain that this place is built around. Get a really good view down below of just there's a ton of heavy vegetation that's just kind of being obscured heavily with the mist. And then those of you with higher perceptions, so my elves, my cat, even Thoric and Baldric, because everyone's high besides one person. Only one person has any, like, not just that it has to be negative, but you're the only person that's not above a fucking 13, I think. Double checking.
Probably.
Yes, everyone is like a fucking 15 or higher apparently. I think. Maybe.
Nice.
So yeah, it's pretty ridiculous. Or close to that. Maybe I think Baldric might be 14. I didn't update that card. Anywho, yes, you're the only one that doesn't see, but everyone else would see like little, like there's like houses and other dwellings down there. Okay, so upon entering the Terrace of Curiosity, there was a variety of options of where you guys could go here, but you know that one of your quarries is one of the unusual buildings here. So the architecture in this facility, this terrace, is made of the white Hothossa stone. So it does have that same kind of aesthetic as the majority of Veneer happens to have. You pass by individuals. Many people in this terrace are not wearing armor. There are a lot more of them are wearing much more comfortable clothing, robes. A lot of people wearing different varieties of robes. And you see kind of towards the middle that one unusually large building that from an eagle's eye view down to it is shaped kind of like a star, a six-sided star. And in the very center of it, from your perspective now, because you're the same, you're with the same altitude as it. There's this large tower that comes in the middle. It has like a gyroscope, like satellites kind of orbiting around it. Not quickly, it is slow pace, but you recognize that pretty clearly. Oh, that's the Architects. Nope. Come on, brain. Oh, Architects Archive, I think is what it is. You know what? I better double check. Let's make sure. Probably is it.
Sounds fitting, but also wrong at the same time.
Well, there's the Architects Anointed. I think it is the Architects Archive. But we'll find out. Terrace. Oh, yeah, it's the Architects Archive. Yep, okay. So that would be the place of that you guys said you wanted to go to sail, some condos. So presumably she would be here. So ignoring many of the other dwellings, and this terrace has a lot of very similar looking buildings repeated, as if the individual accents of this terrace are not anywhere near to be desired. They don't seem to care about such excess. So very much like Eastern Europe, where they have post Cold War, they have this like very repetitive apartment building complex and these cube buildings. This is very much like it feels very sterile, despite made of the same white brilliant stone. It seems to lack that individuality between each block, and so it kind of actually, unfortunately, feels even a little bit more depressing than the previous terrace you're on, the Terrace of the Walk, which had much more gray tones, right? So, but that loss of individualism seems to kind of maybe just dampen your spirits a little bit more. Some of you might be already a little bit more sensitive anyways, because you effectively, even though you haven't officially left, you've kind of said goodbye to a long-standing member of your group. So you head to the vault, the archive itself, and so there are.
Question.
Yes.
Sorry to interrupt you. So this whole place, it's like very monotone and very depressing looking.
The architecture is. The colors are bright white, so it's off-putting in the sense that there doesn't feel like it feels like you've seen the same things over and over and again. So it's not like some of the other terraces, but you get a really good eagle-eye view from the top, the Terrace of the Blessed, at many of the other locations, and everything seems to have usually a big fanfare or something that looks different. There's a variety, right? And variety is a spice of life. It gives excitement, and then each terrace had some unique, iconic looking temple or cathedral or something like that, right? Which were very, very, very stood out for you. But this terrace seems, it's because the buildings are almost like copy paste is what it feels like. It just feels boring in that sense. But the Terrace of the Walk, the one in the very center that you guys have gone through multiple times now, that terrace had differing buildings, but the tone structure, the stone that they were made out of was not Hothossa. It was a grayish looking stone, and so that one just felt more mute than the other. So the two of the terraces you've visited now, is what I'm trying to say, have things that feel off about them. Maybe they're part of their culture and identity, or just like a fallacy with it, but that's why I'm making this parallel even plausible to you, or presenting this
comparison to Eastern Europe and that sort of stuff. Is it just because it's the repetitive same thing again? They put some artistic thought into it, but it's the same thing over and over again, or is it just the most efficient way to build a house?
So I mean, that could be why that you don't. So at this point, I'm not interjecting to you why the decision was made for that, but rather because so like, you know, well, you should be very aware of being in an Eastern Europe country that they had that end of Soviet era. They had a lot of these very repetitive architecture buildings, and it's a very common critique of Eastern Europe because they all just look so similar. They kind of lack a personality, and so
they build them like that because it's like the cheapest and just
it's efficient is the claim, right? So being a person that's familiar with that's probably a credence as to what led to this decision making, if not some other cultural shift. But it is here and present, and that does have an impact on your guys' immediate perception of the surroundings around you. Maybe not so stark that you guys just all of a sudden get like super depressed and are walking like your Looney Tunes characters. They're like your hands rubbing against the ground or something like that. But it would affect your mentality just a little bit, enough for you to notate it. So hopefully that helps. Right. All right. So the Architect's Archive has multiple points of entry because there are multiple walls, and each wall of the star effectively has a route in. And you guys might do a lap, might not do a lap, but there doesn't appear to be one specific route that is more desired than other. All of them are being used by different amounts of people, but there doesn't appear to be a huge enough volume difference between each of the entrances or exits. So you just go, all right, we're gonna pick one of these, and you go inside. So entering into the archive, this building is multiple stories tall, maybe 2 to 3 stories tall. So it does feel very large above you. There are definitely floors, so they're like when you come inside, it's basically 10 feet between you and the ceiling. So there's a floor above you, and there's a floor above that, presumably. So there's layers into this shaped building. You also know in the very center would be the massive tower that's like right in the center of the building that would lead up to probably 50 or so feet tall. As you move around, though, you still aren't seeing large amounts of personnel with armaments. There are occasional individuals, but they don't seem like they are meant for this terrace. Maybe people from other terraces or other divine boons, let's say, that are visiting on this terrace for their own individual reasons. There are persons and groups of people that do appear to be walking around with large amounts of paper, be it that they are scrolls rolled up. Some of them are being read in books, but there does appear to be a large amount of information, and there are people sitting on benches reading. There are people talking and conspiring and maybe philosophizing. There is compared to where the Terrace of Blessed was for you right now, this has a very active talking and community interacting with each other. Of course, there is people stopping when they see your group, and a couple of them react exactly as you saw on the other terraces. But you're not hearing the same gossip of like, kill it, why is it still here? Not something like that. It's just people stop and spectate, but aren't really uttering such utterances. Either they don't have the confidence to make such claim and feel they are backed here for, or that you're with a different crowd of people that feel slightly different about it, or so there's a shift there. But people are still stopping and staring. Conversations drop when you get close enough to them, and they look at you basically, and then watch you guys maneuver into other areas. So at this point in time, you're kind of in one of the main avenues of the Star of the Architect's Archive on the first floor still. You kind of had headed towards the center of the big dwelling, towards where you think the tower would be. And you're in entering on the precipice of a large courtyard that's circular. And there's these like massive windows above you. And in this space, the floors there between that would be above you are gone. So it's kind of like entering a mall where there's giant like spots where they put the cars and the fucking massive pianos, and so it's kind of like that, where you basically can see the top, the ceiling of the entire building, and it looks like that ceiling has these glass windows that are circular around it, allowing filtered light. The windows are tinted in a way with kind of like a white dust or paste or something that you don't get to see the actual like sky and clouds. You just know that there's just light being filtered through. And it is being filtered through 3 floors down to you, but it does provide a nice illumination in here. This place does have little square gardens and like plants and potteries in different areas of there are a plethora of benches. And in the very center of this area is the basis of the tower, which goes up 3 stories and then enters into that perimeter of where that glass window would be, and it looks like it basically pierces its way through, or rather, the window was built. The window was built around it, and so you could right now feasibly just walk up towards the tower, enter into it, or at least try to, right? But it's there in front of you, so the architecture is built. It feels almost as if the tower is here first, and the rest of the building was built around it. That's what it feels like. Everything seems very scientific and mathematic and exact. And there's a symmetry from like any of the angles you look at. There's symmetry, and so you guys are here on that precipice of about to enter into this courtyard, and there are dozens of people in this courtyard. Some of them are moving with post haste from one location to the other. You can actually, like a shopping mall, you do see the different floors, and there are 2 floors above you, underneath the ceiling window above, and there are people migrating, much like a shopping mall, between different avenues up on the other floors above you. So there is you do hear the chitter chatter of conversation, kind of like echoing its way down, and it is like a group, a large amount of people, not in one conversation, but different conversations, and so there's just a lot of different communication being passed around here, and it kind of blends in unless you're trying to focus on anything on specifically. So, but that's where you are right now. So now, what are you guys trying to do? How are you trying to do it?
Here we speak to someone and ask where the person we're looking for is.
That would be my assumption. Or try to look for wherever the, I guess, Secretary of Knowledge would be, the type of where one would go to try and find something. Much like the receptionist at the.
Looking for the Exalted Eye Isel Condos? Condos? Is that right?
I would assume it'd be like the Lariva Institute with how things are set up.
Well, this entire place is much different than anything else we've seen so far.
I mean, yes, but I mean, the concept would be the same.
I wouldn't be surprised if you could just walk in here, take something, and no one would even bat an eye.
One thing you do notice.
Worried about that.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Petite. Go ahead.
As I wouldn't. I'm not sure it'd be that kind of deal going on. I hope not.
I wouldn't count on that for everything.
Oh, we've seen it with those. Was it apples? I forgot what.
That's food,
That's
though.
food, though.
Yeah.
A necessity for life.
Oh, books are food for the mind.
Food for thought.
Yeah, that's
Good one, guys. Good one. So what should we do here, Doma?
What do I think we should do here to find them?
Well, is the Architects Anointed? Is the Architects Anointed? Is that a faction or is that a place?
So that would be the specific order that runs this terrace, and there would be a large amount of them here. But you're not seeing a pattern that makes a specific group stand out to you right now.
Right.
So they either are here, and they're mixing in, or they just wear different clothing, so they don't actually have a common thread. One thing I wanted to give, I think, Potato, just because he might be a little misaligned. Maybe I didn't describe it well, but there doesn't appear, just because there's people walking around with scrolls and books and stuff like that, there aren't shelves in this space. This is like, it's very much like a mall where there are avenues you can go down where maybe there would be stores and rooms which would probably house information, but in the open common area, which is where you are now, down the hallways and now in this very center between you and the tower in the very middle, right, of the massive star-like dwelling, you haven't seen cubbies and shelves and like scientific, like let's say tables and people performing experiments, which is what your brain assumes these individuals would be doing here, right? Much like many of the other places of learning you've been to, the Coroldum, Lariva Institute of Ascended Arts, I think is the name of it, right? Which are the only two you guys have really been to, I guess. So those are the two. There are others in the world, but there's the only two you visited now. you assume that there would be a library or maybe, but you haven't seen that yet. So it's probably hidden down either on the other floors or, which, since it's not just open, the comment of like, let me just take an apple kind of feels maybe not necessarily the case because it's not being presented of like, here's an apple tree right here for you to grab an apple, right? It's people have it. Maybe you can barter for it, but you'd have to find it. So that's the thing. It's not immediately in front of you. So it's just kind of your guys' problem right now is you have a person you're trying to locate, and you need to tell me how you would want to approach it. You couldn't just simply say, I want to ask random people. You're more than allowed to do that. It might take a considerable amount of time to approach it that way, but you could approach it. But you need to advise me how you want to approach it. Unfortunately, I can't just like assume, and then I could be very disservicing and make you guys take the most inefficient path possible and screw you, right? Because I'm trying to delay time, right?
Then, I mean, yeah, if unless Doma has knowledge on this subject.
Yes, that was a question that was asked. Doma, you have you do not have a formal process for the Architect's Archive. I don't think that you'd be a person that's generally super interested in coming here on your own. And I can't say I don't think you haven't been
I went
here.
there. It was probably because I was assigned to go there to get things.
I feel like, yeah, you have a specific mission. And so, well, okay, so with that in mind, what you have done with the success that you have had previously, which is success, it was definitely did not feel like it was easy in any capacity, was just to ask random individuals. That's what it happens to be. I mean, yeah, with your with your perception in mind, absolutely. No, you would know nothing else. This is all you know at this point in time.
I think a call would approach somebody, just whoever seems to be like looking around, kind of curiously, or anyone that's not like in a
perception check.
Sure, absolutely.
Oh god, he's about to roll something high and then eventually get like a 40 for his perception.
Well, he can't. He doesn't. His passive is really high because he gets the his observant feat, which gives him a +5. But without
it's
that,
still really high.
I mean, you still have. You're not going to get a 40. Is what I'm trying to say. You don't have the means.
It's
I can't
an
get 40.
exaggeration.
Yeah, it's a 23. So
Yeah, it's still very good. Yeah. Which is what your passive happens to be, I think. So. Yeah.
It's a little weird.
Or maybe it's 24 now because of the
no,
plus.
it's 23.
It's 23. So it was 22. Okay.
Yep.
Yeah. So well, for one, I can do this.
He's grabbing something. Oh, light.
Oh.
I need light. And it's past the point where it's really glaring now. Now it's just a little glare. Okay. 23. Well, yeah, you do see an individual that is by themselves and seems to be minding their own business, but something about them seems a little off to you. And then it's like their eyes kind of drift. That they drift through your group, but they linger just a little bit longer. And this person definitely makes direct eye contact with you. And you get the impression that they know that you saw them, and then they immediately, like, the eyebrows kind of lift up, like they're aware, like, I can see you too. And so you reckon this person is more than what meets the eye. And you start looking for other people that might also have the same demeanor, and there are individuals here. There is a group of individuals that are some sense of order, but they are dispersed with different clothing, different attire. And not to just drop you information for free, but based on what you guys watched with Doma, in the scene with Doma in the Venerable Vault, Ysael made a comment about how her anointed managed to see something in time. And so if you kind of put the parallel together, this is very...
Probably the group.
Assassin's Creed, kind of like that they establish order through a group that's not like, they're not like we're marching through, they're much more maybe spyish or something, right? Yeah, they keep order in a different manner of how they approach it. But they are here, and it's present, so you are aware of it. You could move up to this person and ask, but something about it makes you go, I mean, there's good reasons to do it. This person probably has connections to the entire facility, but they also could be like, they are giving the vibe of like, this is my task right now. So not like I'm supposed to be a orator or a tour guide. It's your choice if you want to just trounce that or not. Because there is a really good reason as to why they might be able to get you in contact with the person you're looking to speak with.
Yeah, I'll walk up, not as in like a, just kind of more casually, and say, "Hello there. Sorry, I am newer here. I was looking to deliver something that belongs to Yazael Combos, and I'm trying to find them. Something that belongs in their possession."
So the person never turning to face you completely, right? You
Yeah.
guys are like kind of like not back to back, but kind of slightly ajar. James
yeah.
Bond talking to each other, like in the same space, but not at each other. Like, did you drop the package? Yeah, I have it. Good. Look down, right? So this person is of a elven lineage, and so they have blonde hair. It's a male. It's in a braid, and it comes down and actually wraps around their neck, and then slacks a little bit here. So it's enough hair to go. They must be much older to have hair this length. Mm-hmm. They have really good posture. They are physically fit. Maybe not to your bulkiness, but they are lean. And so they probably have a good amount of agility. You can recognize that there is some characteristics that are similar to your own. They have their hands behind their back, and they're kind of like very much like how you saw Yazael, just have their knuckles kind of resting in that small of their back behind them right now. As you make such comments, there's an awkward pause, maybe 3 or 4 seconds long, before the individual clears their throat. Yes, well, if you have such possession, you may give it to me, and I can get it to her.
And while I would trust you with such a task, I had further questions for them as well, related to other matters.
Unfortunately, the Exalted Eye does not have the freedom to just have random inquiries. Do you happen to, as a token of good faith, would you show me the possession that you are interested in returning to her?
Of course. And I'll actually pull up the book.
The wrapped tome.
Yeah, and I don't think it has any identifiable marks on it. It's just wrapped. Yeah.
No, it's a very uncolorful paper that does have like a waxy film on it, probably to help be water resistant.
Yeah.
And you can either fully present to them or kind of like try to slyly. I don't know how you're approaching that.
I mean, I'll kind of like step in front of him and just kind of reveal it, and then say, "This has come from Windheim. It was delayed. The original keeper has not been granted access to the city and thus entrusted it to us."
Well, I will go ask around. Try to stay in the main atrium for a bit.
Of course, I appreciate what you're doing.
And the individual kind of just walks, and he walks towards the public, and as one person breaks line of sight of him, he's gone. Disappears into the... Yeah.
Oh shit! It's that speech.
Into the crowd.
Then a call, like, with his stride, walks back over to the group. So, I may have found a lead on where we could find Yazael Convos. However, it may take some time. If you all would like to look around, actually, no, remember, we're trying to stay together. I was going to suggest that you guys could go look around while I wait for this individual to come back, but I am to remain here until I am contacted.
One thing, as long as everyone is with some other people, we could split the party in half. A little risky, but as long as you're not on your own,
Alone.
just by yourself.
Baldric, are you offering to stay with me here and let the others go explore?
I am old, Nicole. I don't like the idea of just walking around for the sake of exercise. So if we are going to plant ourselves here, then that will be the case.
You know, I think that sounds like a lovely idea. We can discuss various things that have happened over the course of the last few days.
Of course, and I do recall that Rithos did suggest that the terraces that are more in line with the Prosperatus, which I believe this one was one of them, should be safer. So,
yes,
you know,
as long as we stayed away from the Terrace of Trials, Flames, and the Walked, we should be fine.
Yes, those would be, and the Recess most likely.
And the Recess.
Actually, they never even told you the name of it. The lower section's called the Recess. So
that's
now you know.
Melting pot.
Yeah, you've learned it from gossip or other conversation that has not been
avoid
airtime.
it anyway.
Was anyone else going to stay with Ecol and me here? There are 6 of us now. We could do a 3-3 split, or or 4 of you could go.
Just 4 of you go. This
I do admit that at our current strength level, I am pretty tapped. So if a Fist of Cups comes, Ecol, it would be completely on you to keep you and me alive at this
Don't
point
worry,
in time.
Baldric. I am feeling at my peak performance.
At least somebody is.
Well, almost at my peak performance. There is that, we've been awake for a little while, so.
I've been awake for a little bit.
Roderick would say, I'll volunteer to stay behind. You guys go ahead.
Alright.
You fool!
So
I don't know
Evelyn,
if carrying me
Thoric,
around to
and
interact with people
Doma.
is a good idea.
We don't have to split. I was just saying, individually, it was very problematic idea. But as long as you have a buddy, you probably will be fine. Probably. Especially if they are very intimidating tabaxi. I mean, not intimidating, bigger tabaxi.
Fair.
No, he would definitely say intimidating. He wouldn't.
Well,
Pull the punches.
also we are out in public, so I mean, that is helpful.
Didn't stop him last time from coming around and just taking him away.
That was different.
Last
You were
one.
also
in any
different terrorists, weren't we?
Yes.
I would like to go through some of these and take a gander at some scrolls.
Maybe, why don't you?
I haven't been here that many times, so I can't exactly guide you around, but I'm here to help.
Could research
Terrorist,
some more
remind
on-
me, is more of a arcane? Is it more studious?
Studious, I would have to say. It's all learning here.
Yes, that'd be a reasonable assessment. They cover a wide breadth of information, though. If there's gonna be a place they're gonna be pinnacled in, it's religion for sure.
Yeah, 5%.
Anything that could be related to gods, but arcane is also is a relation of the gods, a gift the gods gave to mortal races to help them prosper. At least is one perspective on it. At the same time, some people go, well, the arcane existed before the gods. Some claim that the arcane was created by the gods to help them do what they do, and then they parted us some of that knowledge, and we've made it get this far. It is a common belief that the knowledge that we had from arcane was seeded by the divine, and at the end of the era of divine, which led into the era of arcane, that arcane knowledge was common enough spread that hence the name of that era.
So,
We don't have any way to kind of like signal each other, do we?
No, but
We have that magic that you used to have.
I can message up to a
Yeah,
certain
you used to
distance,
have.
but
Why did you unlearn that spell? It's very useful.
I mean, that's only one way. Well, it's 2-way, but I have to initiate it. So something were to happen, on one side.
So
How
you're
much
saying it's
was it?
not useful when it
Clearly, held us back several times, and I'm not going
I'm
to
not saying it's
critique
not useful.
your
I'm not saying it's not
choice of
useful.
arcanum. It's just that it was a very useful spell. Maybe I should learn
Why
it.
don't you get a chance to be learn it at some
Maybe
point?
I will see if I can, but after I sit down for a bit. Because it was, the migraines from staring at that ley line thing, and I'm a little bit tired still from all the grieving of Vania.
given the warm welcome we've received so far, I don't think I want to be wandering around too much. So I'm gonna stay, I think, with the group, the majority of the group.
Well, now what? Four people stay input. Oh my goodness.
I don't know.
we don't have to split. Let's just stay here. I'll go gandering around until we get information back about the book, and then
the one thing that
we
we
can go from there.
do have right now is that our most time-sensitive issue has been resolved. So while there are other themes and plots brewing out there, the expedience of which we stress ourselves to get to those locations has never been more laxed. For now.
Yeah, it doesn't feel like a weight's been tossed off our chest.
Well, yes, we are not going minute to minute and trying to worry about a dear friend, but my thoughts are still with the people of the western states and the plague that is ravaging. The sooner we can get out there.
Honestly, 1 minute or 10 minutes, it won't make a difference. As long as we get there in some timely manner.
Fair enough. Then I guess we shall wait here.
Well, what's new with everyone?
Well, does anybody have any cards? Or any?
I feel like after I sleep, I might be able to try and learn a new technique. I'm on the cusp of learning.
What possibly makes you think that? How could you even come to such a conclusion? That
you see,
after one night's worth of rest, you suddenly have developed a new skill of...
Well, you see, it's almost as if my...
you're right. The one-eyed's with you. You're right. The one-eyed giving inspiration.
What was the term you arcane users use? The mana circuit. I feel like there's something there I can tap into. I'm just too tired to do it.
Never call. Everyone else has a god to them, so Slooney has to be you. It has to be. It's the only one. So
there's other god that it could be.
What other god? We've already been through this. Daniel's been here. Noma would be Valad, and we're pretty sure Roderick would be Jalzem, and then I guess Marlesh for.
Why can't it be Marlesh?
Roderick Marlesh? No, we came to a conclusion already. Evelyn's Marlesh, and...
Why? No. We came to a conclusion, but I'm asking why can't I be Marlesh?
But because you've died so many times, clearly. It's
so
kind of obvious there, Roderick.
That doesn't mean a connection.
And, I mean, I guess Thork was really opposed that there be any divine creature even interested in him. So maybe Drabalor is available. Maybe Evelyn could be Drabalor, because she does use fire to a high capacity. And,
no, you see, Drabalor wouldn't turn away from Thorek, even if Thorek turned away from him.
Just like Kitsune would not turn away from you, even if you turn.
This is a logic you could use, yes, but I refuse that logic.
Why do you seem to always be on hair's length whenever that name is brought up?
Just for some reason, it just irritates me. I don't know why. It's just...
same goes for me and Drabalor, but I know the reason why quite clearly.
Oh, see, there you go. But now that you know the reason, you can come to terms with it and move past it.
What is the reason?
Why can't you do the same then?
So you mentioned a little bit of your past, Dork, that there was a temple and I guess sacrifice has been happening there. But what has led to this reason? Besides, because it feels like maybe it's more than that, no? I mean,
there's a lot that's been going on. We'll look around, so we're just standing, loitering around. I've recanted to all of you what's been happening under the mountain. A call you may or may not know. But just like above ground, there are demons, devils, abyss, fiends, whatever you want to call them. Those creatures from the abyss, roaming free. In the southeastern corner?
That'd be correct, yeah.
I forget what the area is called.
Southeast is where the underbelly would be.
Underbelly, yeah, that's what it's called. In the underbelly. And if it were not for the Temple of the Eternal Flame down there, which I used to be a part of, well, the whole mountain would probably be overrun by those creatures already. For some reason, they're afraid of the flame that burns bright in the center of it. And I, like many others that served there, were its protectors. Keep the flame, and tend to the flame, and keep the mountain safe. Back then, I thought that's all there was to the world. The great gates were closed. There was none of this. Nothing more. No blue skies, no endless ceilings, no sun in the sky. Just a roof, rock, to all sides, and that's all there was. And our little temple was the last light at the end of the world. And there we were, fighting off the endless abyss. And, that's all we did. 24/7, day to day. There were more peaceful days. There were more troubling days. But that's where I was born, and that's where I spent all my life. So, as of right now, I'm trying to find a way to fix that.
You mean you had no choice how you lived your life? At all?
Oh, it was a mission by the gods. You don't say no to that. By gods we were born, and by gods we shall die for their cause.
Very vanilla,
many
right?
did
They
die.
seem to be of the same prerogative. This
Yeah.
fourth calamity prevention.
Yeah, but I mean, at least, with Thorax, at least it was something that's constant. I mean, when they're just hunkered down, waiting for something that has yet to happen.
Yes, if you were born into it, it's more different to say, here is the enemy and actually
right in
see
front of
them, and then...
Yeah.
It's a noble cause, alright. Just kinda sucks we never had a choice.
What is up?
Yeah.
But so, in this case, your disagreement with the divine is more so the lack of what, freedom? Is that
Among other things. Yeah. We were there. Our entire lives. Birth till death. Fighting. And nothing ever changed. 30-odd years we fought. And 30-odd years we died. And we fought more. And there was never any effort made to fix this damn situation. There was never any effort made to stop the fucking things. We've had times when we ventured out, but effortless. It was in vain. We never managed to do anything. We lacked knowledge. We lacked weapons. We lacked everything. We weren't permitted to leave. And we didn't really have a choice than to just fight. And obviously, the great Lord Drabalor did fuck all to help us. He lit a candle in the mountain and just left it to burn. And burn out with the rest of us. Give it enough time and I promise you, that light will go out. And the mountain will be consumed. And let's just hope they can close up the Great Gate before those things get out of there. I'm not sure even Piper would be ravaged.
Just so many problems. We have, so many fourth calamity. Now we also have this under mountain, right? Does it ever
Could be a part of that fourth calamity, though.
But that's what I was gonna say. I mean, there
Could be a part of it.
Too many big issues. They have to be linked somehow that we're not seeing. Otherwise,
Or, I mean, it could just be.
They said the fourth calamity would happen here, not in the mountain. What about all the rest of them? What about the towns between the mountain and here? Are they just forsaken because this place is special? Because Venahira touched down here?
Well, that's
Screw all the rest of them, this is better.
Let's be honest, how that's... Go ahead.
Oh, I'm sorry, go ahead, Roderick.
Go ahead.
I was just going to say that's what Rithos was saying. The culture here is two factions. One that is like what you are saying, Thor, which is the world is irrelevant. This is more important because all lives are on the ladder. And then you have this Prosperatus, which is saying, no, we can't forego our neighbor, nor can we forego ourselves, which is very much seems to be your situation. The thing that I would note that's a little bit different between the two, though, is that you seem to have a high disdain for the gods, while these individuals are still duty bound. Is it the experience because you saw the monsters face to face? I'm not going to say I would be any better. I think I would also. I mean, I would not be 82 at this point in time. I surely would be dead. Yes. I don't think I'm going to live through this ordeal. I don't think I would have lived through that ordeal.
Perhaps it is because they've never seen battle, or perhaps they've seen many, but nothing can compare to what's down there. It's hell on earth, every day, morning to night, if you could even call that, in the Undermountain. And we gave it our all, and it was for nothing. We were held back. And he's gonna reach back, and he's gonna grab his shield, and he's gonna hold it up. And we fought. And we bled. And he's gonna get angrier with his tone and the way he's handling himself. And in return, you would think we would be praised. You would know them as the heroes who gave their lives for the mountain, for the world. The mountain is the entire world to us. Karat, Medan, Scholar's Point, Eleanor, everything. No. No recognition. They didn't even know we existed. They didn't give us a fucking grave. Memories gone. People gone. Names gone. This is all that remains of them. And you will see as the shield, and he points it out, you've seen the etchings in it that's been carved in. They start to make sense. You don't speak Orcish or don't know the
one person can read it. One person can read it. Roderick can read each one of them. He recognizes it's a dialect that he would not know in his own head, but he can, through his unique connection to Elrian, he actually does know what the meaning of each of those scroll lines are. So you are free to enunciate every single one of those.
So, Roderick, you're gonna recognize, it's not writing, it's not text, it's a list of names. And you can read out 13 of them. I can recant them all to you, but it's just names. There's nothing more to there. And so...
If you're not going to do it, I'll do it. All right. You would have Anton, Corey, Leroy, Peter, Yorel, Remel, Goro, Alice, Kimmy, Villy, Hannah, Sasha, Karim.
The people that you've lost?
The people that I've lost. Each one.
Each of those? I'm not familiar with the dialect. I mean, I could use arcane means here and spend 10 minutes, but I don't think that's really the point. Each of these that's like over 12.
13
of them.
Yeah.
I'm the 14th. I'm the last. Each one of them a death worse than the one before.
So
terrible. Gruesome.
There's only 14 of you that were set on this task? Or was
there
there
were more at the temple. The 14 of us were the closest. We were the team, the squad, the Dawnbreaker, whatever you want to call it.
So what happens now that you've left Mount?
There are still some that remain in the mountain, but I'm indifferent to what happens to them. The flame's been rekindled. It's burning brighter than ever. Great cost. You'll keep those things at bay for, well, I can assume for a long time, but I really don't know. And I really don't care.
What I'm sorry to ask, but what would rekindle this flame? Is it just the blood of your comrades? Or is it something else?
Yes. Not just a comrade. The best of us. There were 14. And then there were 13. And 12. And 10. And one by one we died out with no help. One by one we prayed for salvation every day and every night. And I tell you how bad we wanted to believe. But after 7, 8, and 9, we stopped praying for salvation. We started praying that our end don't be as bad as the rest of them. We just didn't want to end up like poor Anton. And so, we didn't. I suppose one prayer was answered, but bled we did nonetheless, and died we did nonetheless, and it was hopeless until it was just me and Karen. He was my brother. They were all my brothers and sisters, but he was related to blood by me. We were identical. We were twins. He was my better half. He was everything I was, just better. Better, stronger, faster, smarter version of me. And I had him rekindle the flame with his own body. He walked in there. His soul burned brighter than ever, and the flame was vigorous than I've ever seen it in my entire life. And you would think, I dropped to my knees. My brother just sacrificed his life to save the rest of them. I thought I knelt down. I went into prayer. It was the last time I prayed. It was interrupted. As I looked around, the people were cheering. They weren't grieving. They weren't sad for our loss. They cheered our death, our sacrifices. His name forgotten, but them happier than I've ever seen them. And after going through all that, you tell me I should pray and I should believe. And I can go to hell. And so far, I've realized it's all been lies. There's no salvation, there's no prayers, lie after lie, after lie after lie. Everything we've been told, false. This will happen, that will happen, salvation will come, we will persevere, we will be remembered, they will know of us. Until one lie came true. Say at the end of the other end of the mountain, there was a giant gate. The Grey Gate. I thought it's a sculpture in the wall, but they said it was an entire new world out there. Obviously I didn't believe them. How could you? Imagine if you were in my shoes. Everything you've ever known is insignificant compared to everything out here. And so I spent some years looking for a way to end it. The abyss. I spent some meager time looking for a way to open the gates in a faint hope that may be real, but even I gave up. Even I stopped believing. And then you lot came along with a key. And the first lie came true. The first time I've been told the truth. The colossal gates opened, the endless sky before me, a giant star in the sky, illuminating everything. My eyes burned, I couldn't even look. I thought it a dream, I was dazed for so long. And then, here we are. So much has happened since, and the rest is history, really.
Well, I don't think any of us can offer words to ease the suffering that you and your people have had. But what I can say is that the memories of those who have been lost are not forgotten. That shield is evidence of that. And now each of them live on in our hearts, if you were to tell us.
Yeah.
And thus?
Thank you.
That was the thought. After a while, after we realized there would be no graves, we all engraved the names in our armor and our shields and our belongings. As they say, everybody has two deaths. One when your mortal body passes, and another when you are forgotten. So this memory keeps them living with me, just a little longer.
Well,
even then, them, we'll carry them with us now too.
Yeah. And then, I'm sorry for my actions previously. think you can understand a little bit about where my anger towards Aniel came from. And my reaction
Absolutely.
back in that fucking role. We spent 30 years. We prayed, we fought, we bled, and none were answered. But here, I'm happy. I couldn't be happier that she's alive again, but her prayers were answered. Ours weren't. Why? Why is she any better than us?
As you yell that,
why is anyone any better than any rest of us?
As you yell that, there's like you recognize that there's an awkward silence in the entire environment, and you recognize all that chitter chatter you were hearing before seems to have stopped. There's quite a few heads that were dressed looking towards your group right now.
Seem to have garnered some unwanted attention.
It's okay. Don't worry about them.
We don't have to talk all this through right now.
Baldric, you're a doctor. You do medicine. You don't happen to have a flower or something, or tea, or some sort of remedy that might help me calm down a little. Because right now, I feel like I want to break this whole place down.
You know why?
We could spar.
I was looking for something. Well, I guess if you didn't knock him out, that would. But no, I was actually trying to look for a thing for my eyes, right? It was which still sting. Maybe they have a repository of ingredients, but I have a feeling that unless they take our coin, we won't be leaving with anything because we probably really haven't contributed to their society in the way that the others have, right? So I don't think we'll be leaving with much.
Well, we could offer knowledge of things that may have happened within the time span that they are not aware of.
Yes, you could offer knowledge in trades of equivalence. And you see, like, in the middle of your group, there suddenly was the elf guy who was just there, same exact elf guy. You didn't even realize he had your conversation.
I was waiting.
And he's just sitting down like near you guy. You could.
I was about to say, this is probably the right place for that.
It is good to see you again. I hope all is well.
Yes, the Exalted Eye is eager to meet the Friends of the Red Hound. So your possession can stay on your person, and you are free to come with us, or rather with me. And he stands up, dusts himself off a bit, and then just walks. Doesn't even wait for it. Just starts walking towards the crowd that still just stopped looking at all of you. And he's moving through it, and they give space as he goes by. And I assume you guys gather your things and huff off a little bit as you catch up to him. And he's still in a very, very extreme posture, and just walking forward, very nonchalant, right? And since you're kind of already aware of it a little bit, Akal, you do see that there are other individuals that are trailing, but distantly. There's some even up on the second floor, and you can tell that they're paying attention to your group right now.
Right.
Other must be other anointed.
I already expected that.
But these individuals there's wide space. They would not be able to get to you within 6 seconds, right? But they're present.
If I'm relatively close to him and like we're trailing off, like where it's less spacious, like less people in the area, I would just openly ask. So, as I said, where we are new here, how many of you are there? Seems there's quite many that I saw.
Of me?
What your affiliations?
Very philosophical question to ask. Of course, there's only one of me.
Right.
But of my group of
yes,
the terrace of those dedicated to Eleanor. What is the scope?
I believe you are aware of what the scope I am seeking. You are not merely just a member of the masses here in Veneer.
True.
Busted.
Very true. I cannot give you our exact numbers.
Of course.
It would be foolish to do such a thing. But there's enough of us.
That is a very fair answer. I would not disrespect by trying to gauge a more accurate answer. So thank you.
He nods, even though he's not looking. He just nods for it, and then resumes walking. And you guys make a very sharp left. And what he's been doing is he's been walking you around the center circular area, and eventually that sharp left just moves right towards the tower in the center. And as you guys get through it, there are some people kind of scattered to the side. The opening down the middle is apparently these people are pretty how should we say it? Very rule abiding. They don't take up the common space, much like Americans just like block the road and have their loud conversations in the doorway. No, they are near the side to allow the traffic to come through, right? And so you're not like interfering with anyone, nor are they interfering with you, and you move down the strip and enter into the tower. As you enter the tower, the first floor that you're on right now, right, there's 5 or so, well, actually maybe more. Maybe 5 or so floors, I guess, perhaps, above you. But you can't see all the way up. There's a roof above you, right? But there's a kind of like a corkscrew nature to the interior. It looks like it's gonna, if you just walked in a direction, it will probably slowly move up the tower in the way it's designed. You can just kind of tell there seems to be a slight slope, and the slope inclines if you go to the right and go counterclockwise around it. You will be rising in elevation, is what your assumption to be, at a very gradual pace. Probably one full circumference turn will have you rise 1 floor, and then 1 floor, and then 1 floor. Along the way, there are many doors, many crevices and avenues, and there is a kind of a common space in between these areas where there are a plethora of people. There are quite a number of just tables. Not excellently crafted wooden tables, but tables that look like they've had things spilled on them and stains. And there are beakers on some of them. And there's some people kind of experimenting with something. You see to one corner there's a group of individuals. They're casting some kind of magic onto a small creature. And the creature kind of gets larger for a brief period of time. And then there's like an applause, like, oh! And then the person bows, and then they dismiss, and the thing poof shrinks back down as a puff of like white smoke around it. That whole vibe you get when you see Harry Potter and they finally get to Hogwarts, it's kind of like that. Just there's like, wow, magic exists and people are experimenting and learning. And it's a place of unusual curiosities. Well, yes, that's very, very much like that. There's some individuals that are tending to potteries of random botanical life. And these species are very unusual. There's some weird-looking cactuses that kind of like a cacti, but clearly it's a cacti, but it has like a weeping willow crown kind of spraying off of it, and each of these like leaves is a very pointed and prickly thin slice, and you recognize like if you like accidentally fell into it, that thing would shred you really bad, right? Like, I mean, you've seen where like animals end up fighting a porcupine, and there's like but like this thing, you would get probably a good like 300 needles just from accidentally face planting into it, right? And that would be a very bad bit. Like this plant looks very dangerous, and yet there's a person curating it, and like kind of just like messing with what appears to be like a flower on the top, and they have a little bit of a tweezers, and they're kind of just plucking like one part of it away. And as they do that, they drop into like a glass beaker, and they kind of run off to a different area. And so there's just a lot of science being done here for a vast variety of different projects. And the gentleman with the unnamed gentleman, he just walks down and starts going up the circumference. So you guys see a large spectacle of variety of such experiments, and you climb up floors. And there's different wildlife. There's exhibits of unusual creatures. They're unusual creatures. Again, this area is a common way where there would be things that are more public facing, but you do recognize there are doors on the outer wall of the exterior, so there are probably more secluded spaces too. As you get to the second floor, you recognize that there appears to be a kind of shift in the whole experimental portion, where there now appears to be a large amount of just information, rows and rows and shelves of scrolls and tomes and books. And It seems like this entire floor has turned into like a library, just the entirety of it. There's a bunch of people running around. Some grab several books and they have like a basket full of them. One person's like running down with like 3 and they trip and fall and they, oh shoot, and they pick them back up and they scamper off into a different direction. These people, unlike other portions which were very, if they recognized an individual in your group's presence, would stop. These people seem to be so in their own affairs. They don't even like are aware that you are walking by. Their stuff is more important to them than a certain red-skinned tiefling just walking through the area. They don't just stop. There's far too many other things in life to worry about what the hell the Red Hound is up to. I call you do recognize that there are groups of individuals that are of the anointed that are walking around keeping some semblance of order, or the way they handle order. And so you go up multiple flights of stairs. Eventually you get to a point where you're pretty tall, pretty high off the ground. And as you get to, let's say, probably the 4th floor, you recognize the tower, the inner wall that was separated from you kind of blends away, and you see the center of the tower, and there's this massive gyrating like gear structure of like cogwheels basically in the center of the tower, and it kind of clicks and as the gears move inside of it, and there's a large number of them. They're massive gears. There's also occasional sparks of either arcane or electrical energy sparking from like these little crystal-like orbs from one point to the other. And there is a very large abundance of magic inside the structure of this facility. Though it doesn't look like it's a space that a person should go into. It's very much of a hazard, right? Like you fell in there, you would die, right? You'd get crushed and stuff like that, right? So, but for some reason, this portion of it is exposed as you get to the 4th floor. You eventually get to the 5th floor, and as you get to the 5th floor, it's a lot quieter up here, a lot quieter. There are individuals, but here there's conformity. People are wearing very similar looking clothing. Most of the people in this space are wearing shades of blue, either them being very dark or very, very vibrant. So you either have sky blue or you have like dark indigo blue, right? But there's a shade scale, and it seems maybe there might be a hierarchy based off of it. And people are scampering around here. And eventually you're brought to a spot where you don't think you could climb any higher. The roof is above you. As you're in the space, you recognize that there are windows. And at one point, a shadow moves by one of these windows, and it's probably one of those satellite orbs that were outside that just kind of drift around this massive building and just coincidentally loomed past that window, blocking light for a brief period of time. As you get here, the gentleman that's guiding you moves towards a section of the facility and goes down a doorway, and you follow and go down a hallway. And as you go down this hallway is wider than perhaps some of the other ones you've seen, so it does seem like it's more ostentatious. Eventually you get to a double doors, and then the doors are opened, and you enter into an office space. And inside the office space, there's a small little lounge area up front. There's a plethora of books placed into different shelves and things like that. There's also a plethora of books just tossed along the ground with bookmarks kind of wedged open, the pages presented as if someone was like doing, 30 different research experiments, and then just suddenly lost interest and I'm going to put that here, don't close, and then I'll go do something else. There's
he didn't close his Chrome tabs.
Yeah, they're available, right? And the floor is littered with like 30 tomes like this. Some of them are on shelves, some of them are on like the table, some of them are on the lounge area, and it looks messy. There is no like clothes and that like someone's like just throwing their clothes on the ground and not picking them up. That level of cleanness is still kept. It is that the research level of cleanness is definitely. And so you guys have to kind of like navigate through the lounge space of like, okay, step over this book, go over here, that safe spot, like it's like hot lava, right? The gentleman that was with you all, as he opened the doors, he let you go by, and as the rest of you came inside, the doors were closed behind him. He's not in the facility with you. Past the lounge area, you have a wide recess to the left, a very center space in the middle, which has a large window up in front of it. It's still got this like tinted frost on it, so it's having filtered light come through, but it is being shadowed over a very large wooden desk with a chair, like reclining chair behind it. You see that there is like a portrait along the wall, and the portrait happens to be of a feminine-looking elderly gnome, one that the Doma would recognize. Now, she was younger when this painting was done, so she doesn't have as many wrinkles. She does look like her osteoporosis was not as bad because her posture is not hunched as badly, but she does look reasonably well painted inside it. And then the spaces to the side seem to be kind of living spaces potentially. Not like you see the bedroom or anything of that nature, but like one appears to maybe be like leads to a kitchen. The other one might lead to another like lounge area or like living room space perhaps. And so as you're in here, you hear the floorboards creak just a little bit as you kind of get past the introductory lounge area where all the books happen to be thrown about. And as you hear a creak, your attention turns to the right as there's a small little spiral staircase. Apparently there's a second floor here in this room. So I guess a sixth floor, and down descends Yssel Convos, an elderly gnome woman with a bad hunch. She, just like the previous Inuit that you've seen, she has her hand kind of placed in the small of her back, and she walks down the stairs as she then kind of makes her way over towards her desk, kind of shuffles around it, and then sits down. And it does take a moment where she and falls into the seat and kind of tries to scoot it forward. And there's this very like welcome, Red Hound, welcome. And acquaintances that came with the Red Hound that were given access to Veneer. I have been awaiting your arrival. I heard that they have a... No. It seems like they're kind of like an OCD where she's kind of like messing with something that's slightly misaligned, and she like really overcorrects it. I've been waiting for your arrival. I heard you have a possession of mine, and interesting. I call
kind of like as she's speaking. He like sets it on the desk.
Oh, you saw that? She's pushing their chair away. Oh, right.
and then he sets it on the desk and then says, yes. While we were coming from Windheim, we ran into an individual who had been attacked on the roadway. His name was Jeremy. He is currently outside the city, but he entrusted this to us to give to you. But this was coming from Windheim, and I don't know what it is, but it belongs to you.
Okay. She reaches forward. The desk is really large, and her arms barely.
I push it.
Okay, you push it off.
A little closer.
Thank you. Where'd I put it?
She's like starting to like grab random things.
I pull out a claw and
oh, you just cut it. Okay. As you cut it, she doesn't seem to be aware of it, and she's like just grabbing random, and she's just like chucking them, and they're falling behind her. And you're like, there's a pile of just debris behind her on the ground, right? Oh, but I was looking for my letter opener. That will do. Perfect.
Great when your hands are letter openers.
You know, it's probably in the mess down that I really need to clean up. What's inside? Of course, that. Yes, wonderful. She grabs the book, and then she just drops it on the ground. Fight. Back in possession. Okay. Well, that would cover... Jeremy Clark, you said, right, well, he's free to carry on with his life as he sees fit. He's gotten his payment. He's gotten his ordeal. He returned the possession. Wonderful. That is that. This is this.
Right.
You all. Hello. Welcome.
Whoa.
Red Hound. We just saw each other
We did.
ago.
That was an interesting experience.
And I also heard that Rithos was calling for a meeting of all the Exalted Hexolics, so I don't have a ton of time to just lounge about, which really dampens the whole reason of you being here and letting me ask questions. So, but I will entertain you for now. I'm on the assumption you'll probably be leaving soon, so this is the only way I could ever get words with you, probably, was this, so...
Could always wait till after the meeting.
Good thing we had a book delivery, and we could.
Yeah.
You didn't need a book delivery to come see me, my dear. There's still so much I wish to know about hell. So much I wish to know about hell.
Oh boy.
I think the last time we were discussing about was this superior of yours, this like ordered hierarchy. I forget the individual's name at this point in time, but he was a relentless tyrant, and I was just curious if he happened to follow the agreed upon hierarchy of the genesis of the different types of creatures, and if there were one in where he
follows
might.
the hierarchy. Everyone plans to usurp it.
Well, of course, yes, but I was more interested in how powerful this individual would be based on that. Do you know what kind of creature he was? Because in relative power, they would then demonstrate the relative importance of their investment in keeping the slaves in the lower section of Minoros, which, as you were claiming from your testimony, was constantly being eroded away due to the massive swamp waters that just seemed to be rising, or rather the city was falling. I mean, I was able to dispute that. But anyways, it would make me curious as to the level of investment that the upper lords of the hell thought to the importance of Minoros, because if this was not a big ordeal, they would have some weak devil in charge of it, right? But if it was a very important task, they would have a very prominent devil in charge of the slaves in that area. Do you happen to know what kind of creature it might have been?
Do you want me to take into my backstory, Laris?
I mean, I have access to it. I think I know, actually, if I recall.
I think I might know. He was a pit fiend, wasn't he? Or a chain?
You seem to be very confused about not. This is not me. This is Sarah. You don't seem very confident in your answer.
It's been a long time.
I know that we have educated you into a hierarchy of the devils. Now I remember that you were not very observant in retaining that information for long periods of time. Do we need to do a crash course of the hierarchy of devils and which ones look like what? I mean, I could pull out my drawings if you want me to. I think that
I don't think we need to quite go that far.
I find that very interesting.
But is there not more important questions that could be asked in this limited time? You could always discuss this further with Doma at another time.
Well,
it's true. Eventually, I'll have to come back here.
I'm under the impression that you will all be leaving soon. Most likely within a day or so. And I will be busy tomorrow as well, so I don't have a lot. That was just where the last conversation happened to end off. I was very eager to pick back up into that line. That was just the introduction. Yes, there are more important questions.
Oh, yeah, Horn Devil.
Horn Devil, are you certain?
I am certain. As far as I know. I
Horn
was a
devils are
slave back
perceived to
then.
be
I
of
wasn't
pretty
exactly taught.
reasonable strength. So if a Horn Devil was your superior, that means a very middling answer. It means that they had some concern over it, but some not concerned over it. I wonder. Well, anyways, yes, you are not clearly here for my curiosities, despite them being present. You seem to all have. I'll have to have your own. And she just grabs with the object and she just throws it behind her. Yes. Okay. Your own interests. What do you want to ask an old gnome like me? Presumably you have questions for me?
I might be completely mistaken, but who was the second letter for? We delivered that to Rithos, right?
The second letter is 4. Give me 1 second. It is 4. Gotta find my conversation with
I'm sure it's not
Ori.
her. Just check anyway.
Is it Druvar Morvel?
Yes.
What the fuck's
I believe it's Druvar Morvel.
He's part of the Terrace of Curiosities.
So that's where we are now.
Yes.
It's not yourself. It's a different person completely.
Yeah, it's a different person, but we're in the right area.
Okay, I thought it would. I was so confused. I thought Druvar would be the main guy here.
No.
Okay, I was. My bad.
Salted Eye is in charge of the Architects Anointed and the Terrace of Curiosity.
Yeah.
Druvar Mavel is a person you know very little about. You just know he's here.
and has information
yep.
that could lead to a quest for you.
Yeah.
Well, the quest that's been
Correct.
given to you, but more on the lead for it.
Okay.
Well, do you have questions for me, or did you just really come here to say hi and then drop the book?
Well, so there was something that piqued my curiosity. Whenever we originally arrived here, well, besides the Red Hound, Doma, we were only granted entrance because of us apparently being claimed. What does that mean? Why would we be claimed?
Many are claimed. It's impossible to be claimed. Many people are claimed. Why would you be claimed? Well, because your souls resonate with ideology that exemplifies one of the Celestial Court. What it would be. I'm claimed, as are all the other exalted. They're all claimed too. But even paladins in the lowest recess down below there, and citizens down there can also be claimed.
How does one figure out more about that, or what it?
Who claims them? Is there a way to
Yeah,
find
who
out?
claims them?
Or is it just a personal quest that you must?
Well,
I don't
who
know.
claims them is a disputable. You can be claimed at one point in time, and then maybe that god loses interest. We creatures have been gifted a very interesting way to move across the strands of fate, where we get choices. And while there is a choice that might be most beneficial to all existence, does not mean it's the one that you are absolutely going to take. And so because that your current soul can, let's say, learn and unlearn things, and ideas you have change in time, and you might be opposed to their divine interest, and the divine interest might then abandon you, recognizing that you are more of a problem. We have a very common, more colloquial term that individuals, for paladins, generally an oath is taken, and a paladin that loses their way usually becomes an oath breaker, and in that case usually loses all connection to the divine boon from above.
Usually.
No, there are definitely cases where there are power still seated. Some cases it's weird though, where you believe in prospects that the power is still being given by the same divine creature. In other cases, it's thought that maybe a different divine creature just continued on feeding the energy down for its own agenda. How you confirm that you are still getting the power from the same one or not would all require direct questioning to that creature, and very, very hard to determine who is ceding you power in the case of an oath. You don't even have to be a god to be giving power to a paladin. Powerful celestials and powerful creatures from the outer planes can do such a thing as well. There are clerics that are actually associated to the Nine Hells, believe it or not. Definitely documented cases, and we don't perceive that there is a divine creature in the Nine Hells. At least that is not the agreed perception of it. We know that there are the arc devils and that exist, but they would be perceived to be the most powerful individual besides the leader of the plane of tyranny, I suppose. Though we
Based on what you said, does that mean we can be claimed by Celestial?
You could be claimed. Well, in your case, for you to get access to Veneer, you needed to have color spectrum that was of colors that we agree with, that are in accord with our agenda.
Can we find out what the color is?
I mean, you could, but this is as grateful as you are in accordance to our friend here, the Red Hound, this information would not be given to random residents outside of Veneer. If Doma passes interrogation, he would, if he chooses to, he could end up in a god position and learn such trades. But it would be frowned upon to share such information to outsiders. Think about what your futures could be. Some of you might have turbulent trauma that might make you turn from the path you are on now and lose interest of the divine, and then at that point you can't enter again. This is why we have to make you go back on the scales of truth
every time you come back. Because just because you are claimed now does not mean you'll be claimed later.
And you said you've earned this divine influence, or I forget the word you used specifically, but it would mean that the divine has noticed and acknowledged you and chosen to give you the power.
Very reasonable hypothesis. Very reasonable. Not confirm. There's no way to really confirm that unless we get to talk to the gods directly, and their responses are very remiss.
Right. Thor's gonna ponder, put his hand on his chin, and think for a bit. He's gonna imagine the most massive middle finger in his mind.
But I would feel that is a reasonable conclusion to think that if there are unclaimed and there are claimed, there has to have been some effort put into it, right? The basic laws and principles of the universe. Nothing is made out of nothing can be made out of nothing. Even if we use magic to create things, that is a resource. Magic is being used to puppet and produce the effect. If the streams of the arcanum did not exist out there, that energy well being present to tap into, we could not create nothing. I mean, create anything out of nothing. So, thus, based on the idea that an energy would have to be expended to have that be that the evidence of a claimed and unclaimed, there must be an investment involved.
Well, thank you for that. And I just had one further question. There is an individual in this terrace that goes by the name of Druvar Morvel. We were looking to get in touch with them, for they had information that we seek.
Sounds familiar, but we do have a lot of visitors inside. Whoops. Ah, yes, I know who you're talking about. He would be on the second floor, effectively the library. I forget where he last left off. He's some esoteric search, part of our partnership with Windheim and Ellensburg on sharing communal history to try to get to a more accurate depiction of the past. And our documents, which have been closed to outside veneer, have recently in negotiation to gain access to some of their resources in Windheim, and co-mutual benefit in that case. So a few of theirs are in our archives as we speak, and a few of ours should be out on their avenues.
I see.
So he would be one such individual, rantings about some major prospect for some hoop up in Windheim. I forget the names. It's not terribly important. I had to apologize. It's not like I know every single person's thesis or research that's being done here. I mean,
right.
You probably saw there was
no worries.
several.
We have a letter from him, or for him, from Master Ori up in Windheim, so I just wanted to deliver that.
Feel free to look down into the second floor. That section would be available to anyone of intelligation and the resident of Veneer. And if you've been accessed into here, then trustworthy enough.
You brought up information that made me think about this. Are you aware, in sharing information with Windheim, what has occurred to the Grey Gates?
No.
The pathway with the Grey Gates is open again.
The doors are open.
Interesting.
Yeah.
The gates are open.
Odd timing, but interesting.
Yes, myself and Thorak here are from the underneath the mountain.
Oh, why did you say that?
And the questions start.
You feel like the footsteps, and she just comes like right up to Thorak first.
Oh, this is just like Master Ori. Oh no!
And she's like in your space, and you just hear.
No, it doesn't smell very unusual.
And then she like lifts up your clothing to kind of like look down, like look around you.
Interesting armor depictions here. Do these? Wait a minute. Your shield has a large amount of damage to the holy symbol. So you believe in the celestial courts down under the mountain as well. Interesting. Jablorian. Okay, and then suddenly in a flash, right behind a call. Then now she's in your space. She lifts up your tail.
Bark is still shaking.
You're faster than you look.
After
Literally
like 3 minutes of her
behind you.
coming to conclusions on a numerous amount of tactics, her really just ranting to herself, she eventually comes to a set impression and comes back to her table.
Good.
Where is it? It was here just a moment ago, and now it's gone. And
The thing you threw?
oh, right. Where were we?
We've had a busy few months.
Yes. Great gates are opened from underneath the mountain.
Why are they open?
We open.
We had to get out.
opened
Yeah.
them. It was
Gosh, just makes so many new additional questions.
yes.
There was a
but,
key.
Yes.
that opened it.
Yeah, no additional questions after that. No additional questions after that.
Yes. The
There was a
leadership of
king.
Madan had recently changed, and outsiders were supposed to be. Outside trade was going to become the new norm, and so the gates were to be opened.
Yeah, totally.
You said the timing was peculiar. Why? Was something supposed to happen with Madan?
Oh, it's just
Or
peculiar
just-
because we're now out post the end of the third calamity, and a prominent nation coming back.
Ah,
Still being alive, if it imply that
things are moving.
yes, the fourth calamity comes.
Great.
It's not exactly great to hear.
Time is short
That's good
then.
news.
I hope Rithos is ready.
Wait a minute. I'm sorry. I know I've been speaking much, but this just hit my mind. The knowledge here in Veneer has been around since before the calamities, correct?
Some of it has survived the rending. Some, but most of our information is Age of Rebirth and beyond. So predating two calamities for certain, and a little bit surviving. Since you're obviously not familiar with Veneer, then Veneer before the rending was a military outpost, not a bastion of knowledge or science or education. And that only became after Venahira's salvation and during the Age of Rebirth, during the first scribe's genesis of making Veneer become what it is, and then the other interested parties in establishing, especially Illinois. Eventually this terrace is built and has given us the archives we have now.
Yes, Rithos gave us a rundown of that that history for Veneer when we met him. But I was more so because, as I stated, I'm from underneath the mountain, and my people, the Tabaxi of the Broken Peaks clan, we are originally from Kuel Taj, and much of our history has been lost, and well, this is a surviving refuge of knowledge, and I was wondering if it would be possible that they would still be here.
Well, it's not that it's come by my eyes specifically. I have had far other interests. When you have all of the universe to explore, it's very hard to pick what you can with your limited candle flame. So I would not be aware if it does exist or does not exist. Though, because this was a Sildarian bastion, I don't think there'd be much about Kuel Taj's history presented here. If anything that lingers from that time would be documentation of hostility, probably, if it survived. So I don't. If you're looking for something about your own culture, which is what my implication would be, based on the fact that you said that your own history seems to be lost, I don't think it would be here in Veneer. I think it would probably be under whatever ruins remain of your civilization.
Right. It was a thought. Thank you.
Interesting enough, though, mountains did appear and did destroy what we thought was the heart of your empire.
I was actually going to ask. They have evidence that
Anchor.
the mountain wasn't always there.
That does
That's an anchor point, right?
There is an old. It is a. It is the tribal history, if you will, that the people of Kuotaj were punished for their arcane pursuits, and the mountain had swallowed them
By
whole.
who? By the gods?
I do not know.
I find it so humorous whenever anyone would claim that the gods have abandoned them or are punishing them. It seems so infantile to just blame that those that have power are expected to save you. Aren't we part of our own lives supposed to make ourselves succeed? The gods are not there to just give you salvation. You must earn it. It has been demonstrated in history numerous times. The calamity of all the calamities have always been trials and tribulations, where the help the gods have given has been mostly diminutive. Only in the worst case scenario, where mortal kind was doomed to fail without divine intervention, the first rending, did the god actually intercede. Bar that, everything else must be following their plan, or in some cases, must be within the acceptable limits of mankind's own future.
Exactly, I agree.
Right. Yes. I always just viewed it as most people did, as a warning against the exploration of the arcane, because it was stated that
Arcane is a tricky plane. It is a place where we have access to terrors of history that we've seen. So, not unfounded to have a taboo about diving too deep in the arcane, for sure.
that is why that there is none among us who practice the arcane.
Does your culture believe in the celestial courts? I see that the Jablorian has his holy symbol, but he's obviously not of your descendants. Do you have a god you revere?
Not necessarily. Since our people's fall, I will say, it has been more focused on survival, and the focus has been on using what is within our capabilities and surviving, and living within our means. And so, some may. It would be remiss of me not to say that some of the Leaf may not be affiliated with gods, as they've explored outside of the cities, or outside of the city. But the first introduction I had into the gods, at least, was whenever I made it to Karat.
An aversion to the arcane and the divine. That is a very hard path to pick. You have effectively no sources of power to help you in a time of crisis.
But there are many who still venerate nature, and so via the knowledge that I have gained, it would not be unheard of to think that Marlesh may, a worship of Marlesh could begin.
Okay, well, Interesting. Thank you for sharing me about your culture and society to some capacity. Fortunately, I will never be able to go there myself, and by the time that any information that would be disseminated to outside of your mountain will be way past my time. But thank you. Mild curiosity there. Well, other questions for me at this point in time? I do have to be going soon. I don't know why I looked at my wrist as if there was some sort of timekeeping device there, but...
One out of my
Starts
pocket.
winding as well.
Hold up the clock.
Your clock.
Watch his watch.
What is that? Interesting contraption you have there.
So, Kyle, we are in the Cabinet of Curiosities. We are speaking to Ysael Convos right now, the Exalted Eye. We've passed over the book. That's been completed. We have talked
handed and she just went, "Oh, great," and then she just threw it on the ground. So
She literally just threw it on the ground.
Of course, yeah.
there was very, very little conversation about Jeremy or any of his attempt. You guys did not
Oh,
care.
no favor at all, huh? We got no favor.
You didn't. No, you didn't even try. Is the
asked
thing.
them.
You didn't even try. You're just like, whatever.
Jeremy who?
Yeah.
Jeremy who?
Well, like that's what a call. Like that's a call though.
The rest of the party spared witness and said nothing. So
Yeah.
Jeremy's gonna be very
forget about Jeremy.
remiss when he finds out that there
Right,
was
great.
You didn't care
So-
about the bookie in there.
Let's see. So yeah, we discussed that. We discussed the claimed and what claimed means, and how there's like a color, but you have to like. That's part of stuff we can't know because that's veneer knowledge.
It's proprietary.
And then, yeah.
Proprietary information that only
yes.
Doma can get if he passes his invocation, which at this point,
Probably not going to happen anytime soon.
given the temperament of the city.
And then
Yeah.
we discussed. Well, you missed a whole conversation with Thoric, which you should totally go back and rewatch
He will.
after.
I will.
Yeah.
I will.
And then we discussed where Druvar Morvel is, where we know where he is at, and then
She's
there was a discussion about the Grey Gates, Medan being opened up to the public, and then Kualtaj stuff.
That's it.
So, yep.
Was
You're
there
probably-
any-
So we have not talked to her about Sivir or
Nope.
Goth Ravine,
Nope.
or any information on Elrian or El Calathab.
She's asking us if we have any last minute questions for her before she has to go to meet the council.
Conveniently,
Alright.
you came back in time.
Hey,
so-
Baldric, here you go.
Come back just in time.
I have a few things I'd like to bring up here. First one, most urgent, I suppose, would be that we came in on a route here from Vanir to from Windheim to Vanir. We came into the company of an abandoned sort of orphan giant, and well, I know that Eleanor takes favor towards the giants, and this one is very young, and I was wondering if there was possibly some way that we could have them, well, join Vanir society and be a giant of good, as opposed to a giant who rampages and attacks caravans and eats horses and hurts people. This is idea.
Giant, can you say?
Yes, and think of the things you could learn about their culture and about who they are, their anatomy.
She said it was young, so how much of their culture would it know?
Oh, well, we learned that, you have to watch knuckles. I mean, strength is important. Yes, it was a bit of a... She only speaks a bit of the giant language. Why are you laughing?
I just
Your argument's getting worse.
You, dude, it's you. I'm just like, I'm in my head, I'm like, this is so like a clown.
What? You mean this is like Baldric? Is
No,
what
this is like you.
Where was I?
Wow.
It's like you're climbing a mountain face, and as I gave any small hint that there was some rocks falling, and you just start climbing faster, basically.
What was I saying? We were talking about the language.
I
Oh, it
think
was a bit of a challenge to communicate. We had to have our friend Roderick here, sort of telepathically communicate a conversation, but you could not respond back. And then I would use
telepathically. You can telepathically communicate.
It's a sort
no.
of thing. Oh yes, we are quite all very powerful arcanists.
In
most
our
of
own
us.
ways, yes.
Yes, we all have several abilities.
He's like shooing you like away, basically. Telepathically communicate.
Shit. Whoops.
Roger goes look off to the side. Is like a bookshelf we can kind of walk to?
It just starts reading.
Is your friend? No, you've responded. You're not deaf. Excuse me. She grabs like a
It's
random
some
object.
very
and she
good
throws
scrolls
it
and
at
books
you.
you got here.
She throws
Is there
like
anything-
a random like little bag or something on her desk, and it hits you in like in the back.
Wait, can I dodge?
You turned away. No, you don't see it coming. You get pelted. Can you get your friend? Why is he turning
Roderick.
away at this moment?
Roderick, just answer her question.
Huh? I'm sorry.
I
What
don't
was
think
that?
she means you any harm.
Excuse harm. I mean, I would hope not. Sheesh, especially in the city.
Only we needed to dissect you if you oppose. So
What?
you can speak telepathically.
It's okay. She threatened me with that all the time too.
Oh, I'm still very interested in it. But so far, you've been
Okay, so I
giving
won't get
information
dissected for real then. All right.
Usually.
To an extent, maybe.
to an extent.
Can you understand what I'm thinking right now?
Oh,
That's not how it works.
a challenge.
Oh, that's not very, that's very boring. Okay, so what? You can just send communication yourself to a person?
Yes, and he will speak to her mind like yeah, and just say yes.
Oh, okay. Arcane can do that too. Nothing. I thought there was more to this. I was hoping that a new bridge has been learned by someone somewhere, but in this case, it's just magic manipulation. Oh, okay.
And was there any...
Same old.
Was there any sort of hint that it was something else? I don't know why we're all so shocked over here.
Well, I thought that you were implying that you could speak to her and she could speak back, and that would be a breakthrough.
No, see, we had to all make a triangle of communication. That was all
Yes.
that happened.
Okay, so
I'm
done with this conversation already.
I would be the interpreter for her conversation through comprehended languages, and he would relay the information to her, and she relayed it
Her
back
eyes
to
just
me.
glaze over, and she's just like checked out of the conversation like completely already, and she's just kind of like nodding like yes.
Yes.
Right,
So about the giant.
Yes, giant. The giant. Oh, right. Does the giant have inquisitive nature and interest in learning?
I would assume so.
Any demonstration that would indicate such? I mean, you seem to not really be able to speak to it very well.
We haven't had much of a conversation with them, actually. We haven't had much of because of the language
Communication issues.
And the urgency to get here so quickly. We weren't quite.
If she's
able
not,
to-
sorry, she wouldn't know she's a she. If it's not demonstrative of high intellect, it would not work well in my terrace, unfortunately.
But would they be welcome in a terrace?
That would be between them and that exalted.
Right.
We could discuss that with someone else then, I guess.
Yes.
She
However,
might
if there was
honestly
an
better somewhere
idea that
else.
she seemed that she was brilliant to some capacity, then there would be an interest that she would have something that would imply that she is a
Well, she's
curious
quite a
woman.
good craftsman for being so young. She's been able to sort of engineer armor with many different magical items sort of strung together, almost like scales from a dragon. And I don't know if she really picked up that skill anywhere. So maybe a sort of an
How
artisan.
tall was this giant? What was their complexion?
Pretty, I think, pale.
Pale?
And they were.
Pale gray.
Hill giant making equipment.
Maybe 8 feet, 9 feet? They weren't that tall considering their age.
And not very hefty, so I wouldn't say like a hill giant or anything like that. Not a lot of mass on her.
She's been an orphan, though. A beast killed her
She
mother.
snaps her finger, and then you hear something like move on the floorboard above you. Anyways, yes. I will have an individual inquire, but I can't guarantee our interests will align for your individual.
All right, very well.
Well, I mean, please do your best because at the end of the day, nothing more than an orphan child needs is direction.
Yes.
At the minimum, I mean, you almost certainly could get solace at the Terrace the Blessed. They are appeal very heavily, as long as the individual in question is willing to comply. If there's a language barrier, that might make it hard to maintain order. But that would be probably your best place to go.
Right.
Any other questions, Aldrich?
Yeah. Yes.
We only got one more, unfortunately.
This is the most important one then, actually. The other one was more of an urgency thing because of the company we keep. This one actually is direly important to the entire cosmos. So you see, how much have we told her?
None.
Anything?
Nothing.
Yeah. Oh no.
How are you gonna lead this one off, buddy?
We are aware of celestial and possibly outer realm forces related to something called the Ardoth Ravine. And we believe that a force here on Arkelya has this weapon and is seeking to do harm with it. I'm not really sure if I can describe it as a weapon, But what I can describe is that it's sort of a bone type of spear that looks like it's made from, crafted from the bones of a giant creature with a sort of organic pumping heart that pulsates. And it definitely was pretty large, about 10, 12 feet tall. We believe it's related to possibly the outer evils or something else. But we're very concerned about this being on Arkelya. Several people in this party have witnessed it firsthand. And we believe the person who has this item has ill intent for everybody. And so us trying to unravel this mystery of Ardoth Ravine, and we only know its name is Ardoth Ravine because I use legend lore to understand more about it. And so...
Have you used additional casts of legend lore?
I have not had the opportunity to sit down. We had to get over here post-haste, and I had to quite deplete my abilities to get us here.
What did your first cast tell you? Because if it was very light information, it might be an object that there's no recorded history of it. I am not familiar with that on my own, but it's not like I know the entire archive that exists here.
Oh yes, I'm not saying that you have to personally know, but because of the resources of people here, I think it'd be most beneficial if we learned about it. I really believe this is very dangerous to all of Arkelya, if not more. I can let me pull out. He pulls out his notes. I can read you. It's sort of a riddle poem that was referred to us.
I love puzzles.
All right, like the weaver's needle to their thread, hearken creation to that older than time's stead. The ancient song of hope and love, followed on by the tragedy of a finger to the lips above. Cry on, his children persist. Cry on, to continue was his wish. Primordial powers, young and old, both fear and revere what that foretold. Veil the truth, or shroud the lot, divine and ancient hold answers you sought. The weaver questioned and searched the mean, the name but murmured, Ardoth Ravine. That is what we have so far. But we believe it's possibly related to, well, we believe when the Outer Evils had this item and relinquished to the one here on the Arkelya right now.
And how did you see this stuff? How do you confirm this tales from under the mountain? Is this
correct? 3 of our compatriots here were under the mountain seeing a dark ritual that brought forth a creature that either died or resurrected it, or it's brought it back from being sealed. And then the leader of this sort of cult or whatever that brought it back sort of went into a portal, which we believe was linked to the far realm she that shrouds, Lacalathep. And we believe that behind closed curtains from our friends being able to spy this happening with their own eyes in real time, not a second-hand account, but from 3 people here. And I will Baldric will nod towards Evelyn, Doma, and Roderick, that we believe this really happened. And one of the people
could you pick up that green tome by the front door and bring it to me, please? Thank you.
Green tome.
There's like 3 green tomes.
I grab all 3.
Colorblind.
Did you keep the pages that she had left open in them?
Yeah.
Okay. That's a careful.
I stack them up carefully. And...
Also, my concern is that by casting Ardoth Ravine with not much more than this poem riddle, which we can sort of interpret, and the name of it now, I don't know how much more information legend lore will bestow upon us.
I agree. I don't think... interesting enough, divine and ancient holds the secrets you sought. If Lacalathep is involved, which seems to be the assumption here, then that information is normally scoured through the cosmos. The fact that you were able to get any string at all for such a thing is well, it makes sense that the question you got here. So I would concur. A consecutive usage of the spell would most likely get you nothing. In fact, it would not be worth the ivory I think it costs to do it. So that would be
an incident charge.
So unfortunately, that would be a dead end.
An expense I paid out of my own coffers as a party benefited from my abilities and from my selflessness.
Wow, bravo. Surely, quite humble. Yes, I wouldn't recommend duplicating. That seems too cryptic, and with an associated party, I don't think you'll gain more from it. Interesting though, divine and ancient. Well, if we assume the ancient is the Calathep itself, knows something about this. That's being erased. Well, that is your ancient parody. Divine. Well. No, none knows more than Eleanor and Marlesh. And Eleanor is the most experimental of the gods. But it's not like I could just ask her for such information. In the era of divine, yes, I could. Commune would work. But not anymore. So I can't.
Commune doesn't work?
Oh, you must know very little about divine. Yes, communing with the gods is no longer accurate, let's say. Seldom, when you attempt, will you actually receive a reply. And we believe that the replies are not from them, but from servants of theirs, in that case.
Yeah, I'm not much of a divination practitioner, no. So.
Yeah, the gods seem to have withdrawn quite a bit of their presence from Arkelya, ever since believed to be the end of the era of divine. Once the era of arcane, it felt like much would be that they entrusted us to go forward with what they gave, and then everything from that point forward would be on our own, which is why we feel like the rending, it was very instrumental to have one of them return, thus proving how dangerous the rending was. But
the thing about the poem that catches me, though, is the cry on, his children persist. Cry on to continue was his wish. It would seem sort of an alignment towards maybe a paternal sort of god.
Well, Marlesh is a creator of many creatures. A lot of life, if not the most of life, is from his intervention. However, Eleanor has also created a huge amount of life, sometimes intentionally and sometimes unintentionally.
So maybe the elves in the Feywild, those could be counted as his children.
Oh, absolutely. Elves
doesn't have to necessarily be a celestial that entity that he created, although he's the father of Venahira, right? Oh no.
At this point you hear a knock on the door. Darn it, I'm out of time. I would love to look at this more. I have your poem here. I will review this as much as I can, though I don't know when the next time you'll be in here if I can uncover what Ardoth Ravine is, but I feel like it's probably going to be very difficult.
One last thing that might help before you leave.
Go on. Yes, as she kind of stands up. And
Our party has had sort of visions as they've used an Ita before, and one of the visions was the gods themselves and Eleanor crying and being consoled by gods. And I don't know what would have caused Eleanor to cry, but the linking of this poem here to
can often cause hallucinations. Visions is a very vague thing. I don't know if you should invest too much into it, but this has been a lovely chat. It was wonderful to see you again, Red Hound. Of course, we should resume our previous discourse, but since I need to be leaving, of course, I can't leave you in my own study. If you would all please vacate now.
Next time I'll tell you about how I got dragged into the Feywild.
Feywild?
Yeah.
But we're out of time. We're out of time. We have to go.
Not enough time. Not enough time.
It's never enough time.
Thank you for the time you've been able to provide us.
Yes,
Well,
yes.
thank you. We'll see you again.
So many more questions, never enough answers.
True.
So you guys
Name of
like
life, I guess.
leave the place. She closes the door
we'll leave.
behind you, and then she like waves her hand, and you see like the doorknob kind of like solidify and like meld into the door frame. Right. Oh, I will need to be going now, but well, toot. And then she just starts hobble walking away from you all towards down the ramp out towards the center atrium.
Let's go find
To the
Gerard.
second floor. Second floor.
Yep.
Oh, Kyle. I can tell you are very dissatisfied. he just like,
there was a time
what should I have
crunch.
said instead?
Thought I'd be able to learn and talk more.
You can still learn. You just can't talk with her, apparently.
She didn't even give me a lead though. She's like, "Oh yes, go talk to Jasper. He knows all about the Far
She
Realm." Or
did it.
something.
No, you're right. She did it. Well, good luck to you.
You have a lead. Eh?
It just keeps hobbling down. Breaks line of sight.
Does that mind spill? Does it go around corners, Roderick?
It's like it's a
They had
60-foot range or 30-foot
Was it
range?
visual? Yeah, 30-foot range. Do they have to
She's-
see them?
She's gone. I think you do have to see him.
I'm gonna double check.
She's beyond 30 feet. Oh, you guys could run after her.
just
She's
here.
a slow
No.
old woman.
Just head down to the second floor. We'll have more time.
You got the fucking white lightning over here. Like, he'll catch her in a second. What do you...
Yeah, I
you
have
can
to see.
fly. Oh, you're out of magic. Never mind. You can't fly right now, Baldric.
Just trying to rub it in, huh?
Oh.
I gotta get fast enough to have an after image. That's what I need.
You're
But,
not
Maybe like
already?
doing like
That sounds like something a trickster would get.
yeah, very, very.
Yeah.
Oh, good old Pixeloni.
no. I don't see Kixaloony having a terrace. You guys? No, the Kixaloony doesn't.
It's being built. It's in progress.
No.
We're looking for Gerard Maval,
Yes.
right?
All right, so you guys want to head down to the second floor. I can make an investigation check in this case.
Like a party one who.
Whoever wants to lead the check.
Whoever wants to investigate, please, I will give you help.
Roger will investigate.
investigate.
Yay!
Look,
Roger will investigate.
I always
do not want
volunteer
it.
and then roll real low.
I do not want to invest.
Really gonna jinx it?
No.
You
I
have
would
help?
never.
Help give advantage?
You got
Come on,
help. You got
Robert.
help from Akal. But how much help he's giving you is debatable.
Hey, it's good, decent help.
That ain't bad.
So the help ends up being a 22 total.
22 total. All right. Yes. So you get to the second floor. Your group is murmuring an entire conversation about what the hell was what did we glean? What did we
Yeah,
not
like-
glean?
all that.
I feel like the majority of it that you didn't feel like you probably gained a lot of new information. Unfortunately,
Absolutely not.
maybe the right pressure and questions weren't answered, and Baldric just kind of mumbling himself like, I should have remembered. Old people. Then you're on the second floor, so you then start navigating through the library. And the outer cubbies are part of the library, so there's a huge amount of tomes and tables. And you eventually do get notioned by asking around. Someone's like, I don't know Dravar Mavel, but yes, an outsider studying. Yes, the table by the window over yonder is an individual that has been recently studying over there. Probably that's the one you're seeking. Good day to you. And you might remember that. You make it to the table. And you get to a table that is a mess. There is a relatively large individual here. Not like obese, but overweight for sure. Do I have his description written down? Yes, human, fat, balding with a hair, like a rain of hair on the side of his head, right? So he's male pattern baldness is definitely claimed to peak heavily. There's not a single strand on top of it. He is wearing monkish looking robes. So, and I don't mean like monk like I am a martial artist monk, Buddhist. I mean like old,
like an acolyte.
Yeah, acolyte for old Western Europe kind of monk, right? And and he's got a sizable belly coming out, but not obese. Prior to obese, just portly, right? And he is currently with a red upper portion of like robe. His robe's got a lot of like a sharp red to it. He's currently like laying in his chair, inclining back right now. His eyes are closed, and you see his stomach rising and falling in regular intervals.
Oh boy,
he does appear to be asleep. And in front of him, like the window has light, like a ray of light cascading right on top of him. Kind of it just gives you this image of like maybe, I don't know, like a fat cat or a bear hibernating, right? Just an individual that just taking the warmth, passed out of it, right? But in front of them, the table, stacks and books and papers put all over the place. There's a spilled pile of ink that still hasn't been cleaned up. The quills scattered to the side. There's notes scrawled and a whole bunch of the stuff. There is just a mess across this table here. This guy has been going ham on research is what it looks like. There's even some ink on his face a little bit. He is clean shaven, or mostly clean shaven. Some of the hair starting to grow in a little bit, and it doesn't look like it grows in evenly. Some of the hair is a little bit longer than others, but mostly clean shaven. He probably shaved yesterday. Is kind of where it is. The hair's not too long.
Gnarly
yet.
5 o'clock shadow.
Yeah. So so there he is. You're just kind of resting there as you guys approach. You clear your throat. He doesn't respond right away. So then someone kind of like shakes the chair, and then
oh, excuse me. Sorry. I was busy. Did you need this space for?
No, it's okay.
So some scheduling on your own, perhaps.
Are you Dravar Mavel?
Oh, yes, the person you seek would be none other than me, Dravar Mavel. It is great to make your acquaintance. You, large group of people, you. Hello to all of you.
For like 2 hours.
Lovely to meet you.
Yes.
Are we talking to Winnie the Pooh?
that is exactly who he's inspired off of. Yes, way to go, Kyle. The red robes, the comment about the bear. You are on it, my man. His voice and everything, his mannerisms were supposed to be completely like I'm trying.
Best day of my life.
I'm done.
Yes, you individuals.
I need a minute.
We've been.
I actually have a letter for you from Master Ori in Windheim.
Oh, yes, the High Scholar. Yes.
Yeah, the High Scholar. He sent us to inquire.
Yes, where is it, please?
He rolls up to his feet to come up to you, Evelyn, assuming you have a letter.
My hand on the letter.
Yes! Oh, wonderful. That is his seal on that, yes, indeed. All right, well, yeah, eagerly. Let's see if he's responded. Oh. That's disappointing. Depressing, even. Very depressing.
No.
Oh, bother.
Eeyore.
I see.
Oh, bother.
Well, that does handle that inquiry then. You all are here in his stead, it seems, and participating into my research, which is wonderful. Hello, yes, I am Dravar Mavel, and you are trustworthy. Individuals must be quite esteemed in archaeology to be requested to go off into. What are your expertise, then, if I may inquire here?
A doctorate of medicine, actually.
Oh, wonderful. Medicine, though, I don't understand why that would be. Perhaps, oh, bother, all this talking has gotten me quite parched. Would you all like to have some tea with me? I personally prefer mine with a smackle of honey added to it.
What kind of tea? What kind of tea?
At this point in time, I think we have green hibiscus available. The honey seems to be...
Yes, please.
Wonderful. We will have to vacate the premise here, though I do have a small little cubby, a den, if it were, we could run off to, and might not be able to fit all of you, but we can make it manage here. Let's see.
And he just starts grabbing like random papers, and he's not like organized at all. He's just kind of melding all of them into like one big pile and just shuffling it together. And his hand goes right into the massive ink spill, and it's like, oh dear, oh bother, oh dear,
Station.
90% ink.
Presentation.
You clean up.
Oh,
Yes.
thank you.
can
You
help us.
are a gentleman, a scholar. I appreciate it.
And so you guys, after like a 5-minute ordeal, help him gather his research and papers and scoot the chairs back in, and the place is kind of left off into a more presentable place as he then bumbles his way down towards a small little hallway. It's not on the second floor. It's actually up on the third floor, and up on that floor, he goes into the little cubby area where there's a plethora of like studio apartments you can recognize. And so he opens the door and comes inside, and you quickly realize that your lot is not fitting in this fucking studio apartment. He just makes his way over to this like little small kettle section he has, where there's like a little fire, and he kind of stokes it a little bit, and the embers kind of spread up, and he puts a metal tin on top of it, and then he kind of sits there and waits, and
Oh, right, I need to add water. If you excuse me.
and he grabs like a ladle and pulls from like a bucket, and he just dumps water into the ladling water, questionable water that's just been stagnant in his room. He just ladles it into the tin pot.
Fuck is this guy?
And so then he puts it on there, and then there's this like this realization that it's going to take quite a while before that thing does boil. There's not enough heat being produced to really get that going anytime soon.
Can I help him?
Yes. How though? How are you going to help him?
Prestidigitation.
Fireball.
You're just going to keep
Well-
prestidigitation to
Fireball.
to note you are out of mana at the day, so your means are limited to cantrips, and like prestidigitation can warm an inanimate object, but can't get an inanimate object so hot that it boils water, right?
Roger can. He could use Scorching Ray and have the ray just sit there instead.
I mean, Scorching
Yes.
Ray is a ray of heat. You could heat up very quickly by blast. Would you like to cast Scorching Ray on his?
No.
Ignore
Wait.
Ignore Kyle's
Look
hints.
at-
Ignore Kyle's hints. Would you like to cast Scorching Ray?
No, you would not. It does not make sense.
I love how this is the puzzle now. Make tea.
What says you recreate 3 rays of fire and then hurl them at targets in range? What if instead of hurling them, we just create the 3 rays of fire and just sit there?
I do literally
It
have
lasts
control.
I'm
6
a
seconds.
fire sorceress. Can I just like control fire? Jesus.
You don't have you are limited with the abilities you have. You can't be like, I'm a monk, I should be able to punch a god and instantly kill it. You can't logic trap or shit like that. Come on, all right? You are still defined from what you can do by the choices you make within the confines of D&D. You're not level 20, you're not gods yet, sorry.
I do have a literal spell for that.
Yeah.
So Druvar, what?
Uh-huh.
Tell us about the
Alright.
dig site, the artifact position. Also, did you actually have something for that?
Yeah, he
A
says it
literal
before.
spell called Control Flame.
Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, I have to sleep
That's-
before I can control
I-
flames
I-
since I have guidance.
It does seem like that would take quite some time, so your investment is well appreciated. I must now get some cups, and we will not all be able to fit into my small room here, unfortunately.
That's quite fine. I'll just be outside. I'm not.
The four of you can come in. We can leave the door open ajar, and the other two can stay outside. Who would like to join me for the
I need to stay outside. I need to stay outside for my health.
your health? Oh, I see. I'm sorry to
come
hear
on.
that your health is not doing well, friend.
Yep.
I do apologize. The place is a mess, and I haven't gone to cleaning it very much. And you can ignore that pile of books over there, and that was not. Anywho, yes.
Why we're here, yeah.
Yes. So we are. You are aid from the High Scholar. I guess I should introduce myself more formally. I am Ruvar Morel, a part of the shared research and information between Ellensburg, Windheim, and of veneer and a best practice of trying to get the root of real history uncovered. All three factions have their own interpretations as to what has and hasn't happened in points in time. And so here we are at this precipice now, where I've been asked by the High Scholar into a very high important piece of work, which he could only send the most knowledgeable and instructed individuals to make sure we safeguard the acquisition of said artifacts. So you all must be very well-learned individuals. One of you a medical doctor, and the rest of you, what are your trades?
An investigator, purveyor of and also able to get into places that need getting into.
I see.
We're
I
a
don't necessarily
multi-talented
know of a
group.
PhD for such skills. That is what I am. I am currently trying to obtain my doctorate. At this time, I've been attempted 6 theses thus far, all rejected, and unfortunately, it's been quite a bother. But at this point, I have the 7th one is very promising with the information I have found. I almost certainly could submit it now, but acquiring one of these ancient heirlooms of the Zenith would be very beneficial to lending credence to my claims and securing me that so deserved, desired, let's say, the doctorate degree, which would maybe then empower me to teach at Helensburgh or, the Sunforth Academy or Elevor Institute or whatever have you. Maybe even the Lyceum would be interested in accepting me to their terms. Anywho, that's enough about me. And so we have a doctor and then an investigator who can get into places, and then you.
I'm just a soldier.
We're an eclectic group that does more than just brains. We have the ability to go in and actually investigate dangerous areas and collect information where most people the more learned individuals might not have the courage to, risk bodily harm.
Oh.
So, a multi-skill group to bring results.
Yes, so as long as you are then still aware of the perils and fights, then you are more than likely to be able to succeed. And since the High Scholar, you had his seal, and certain that he trusts you, I suppose I should as well. Well then, we are past the introduction portion, I suppose. I don't necessarily know your names.
Just so you know, my name is Lady Evelyn Zistira. I am the daughter of the High Observer.
Oh, I've heard of you.
Master Ori was my instructor.
Is Thorak nearby me right now? Is he outside?
Don't let even introduce
I whisper to Thorak,
How much time's happened so far on the watch? I don't have much time left, and I'm losing quite a bit of it here.
At this rate, I'll die as well.
Oh gosh.
Skeletons sitting there listening to Winnie the Pooh.
Alright, so introductions are had. I assume all of you share your name. We'll skip that. There, you saved 20 seconds, Kyle.
Yes!
Alright, well, so then,
the tea eventually gets in. He starts pouring a cup, but doesn't have enough cups for all of you, and so
it's fine. I'll pass.
Yeah, so he then spends an exorbitant amount of time of adding honey, and adding honey, and then adding honey, and his drink probably is more honey. Yeah, but past these comedy bits here, eventually you settle down, which the entire team seems like you're settling down, but eventually, like after half an hour, he settles down and starts explaining to you, yeah, let's talk about what's going on.
Well, since you're not very well educated in the history and the importance of the heirlooms of the Zenith, I suppose we should kind of run down just a quick bare bones on that. So, if you are not aware, there have been 2 eras and 3 ages, and we on the 3rd age, and era blah 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 blah. Era divine, era of arcane. So these 2 were the points of history being at the highest point, the zenith of civilization, specifically being the era of arcane, and powerful objects and things were created, and these items of major importance, significance, and power are labeled heirlooms of the zenith. And our benefactor in charge here, your master and your main boon, as well as mine here, would be interested in acquiring, or as maybe so, reacquiring said items. Lost to history are these heirlooms of the zenith, and I was requested, or rather recommended, in trying to shift my focus from fungal growths of unusual coloring to this historical importance instead. And so this change in culture, it was jarring, since I was more of a herbologist and now into studying hard facts and researching the hidden secrets and crevices of society. So the point being is that yes, heirlooms were important, and the one that I have that is very on point would be one of major red. He seems to be completely oblivious of like the constant eye rolling and like Baldric just like slamming his head into a wall randomly. Just seems completely oblivious. This guy's far too good natured to even recognize that those are like slants at him. He just keeps going.
Oh my God.
So so the one I have got the best lead on, which my thesis is now about, would be Al-Sham's Shak Tea is the name of the item. Major historical and religious importance for the ancient Dragoni, an item believed to be predating the Rending, obviously an heirloom of the Zenith. Several sites and depictions in folklore for the now descendants of the Dragoni, the Salakal of the Falit, have many myths and lore about this item having the power of the sun infused in an object, equipped for mortal hands to eradicate one's foe. The War of Paths, it was used, or at least cited to be used in several documents that survived the Rending, of being able to help prevent the Sildarian events. So historically, it helped to keep Dragoni, and then also in that nation, the religious importance of that it was supposedly gifted the knowledge to create or the item itself. There are a variety of myths, all involving an individual. Oh fuck! I don't want to cite the wrong name. I have to fucking look at this. I sure hope
I wrote it.
Well, I don't think I did here. You know, it's somewhere. There's a million tabs. I'm gonna go with a guess of the one I was gonna say and hope that's right. General Bronze Scale. No, Bronze Breath. General Bronze Breath. I never had bronze in it. General Bronze Breath was a renowned hero, but in some of the lore or tales of myth for him, he was a peasant that heard the call of the gods and rushed off to help and fought a giant worm and found the weapon inside of the worm's belly as he got swallowed whole, and then he used it to tear his way out, a gift of the gods for his fate to be. Other myths have is that he was on a parade of different hard obstacles and eventually needed something to help him stop a terrifying abyssal demon, and the way to create it and finding hard and rare components, slaying unusual creatures, was then used to make the item. So where its origins come from is up for debate. We have myth, story, fable as to where its origins are. Part of the many such items in these heirlooms of the Zenith have identities like this. Part of the excitement of actually locating it, if it does exist at all, would be to verify if there's man-made or not. The Al-Sham Shakti was lost to time, though. Certainly, lots of history suggested it existed in reality in the War of the Paths. But after the War of Paths, the Rending,
the item supposedly disappeared, which most of the civilization disappeared, so it's not shocking that an heirloom would disappear at any time here. And so, while researching Ellensburg's archives religiously for many years, I did not find good leads as to where Al-Sham Shakti could be. But in our new cultural exchange here with Veneer, I had a hunch that an item of religious importance, if such a thing was rediscovered or information about it would be learned, would be put into the archives here. And so, after being elected to be momentarily put into this hospice location, I had poured through the box religiously in my own accord to determine if there was such a thing. For if the item was found, it would surely somehow find its way back to the most religious place in the known New Also world, right? And so, with that as my main derivative, I hoped that there would be information here, and lo and behold, such information did exist. A very good prospect that I believe not only confirms that Al-Sham Shakti is not gone forever, but actually was seen in recent history. Now, recent, of course, is subjective for what creature you are, and time and the scope of everything here. I would advise recent enough, within 2,000 years, would be my assessment, which would give a very good idea as to where it could currently be. Now, I would like to say, though, that it would be your job to follow my information here and see if you can uncover more avenues to potentially actually locate said item. So, let's talk about where would I think it would be. So, I think a good reason that Al-Sham Shakti ended back in Veneer post the rending. When, I do not know, but I believe it was safeguarded in a repository, a vault they have of other very important artifacts. And of course, there'd be no documentation of such things being available to public use, even part of the cultural exchange. So, however, well, I can't prove that. I can prove a very interesting thing that I uncovered that maybe was neglected to be realized. So, what is the thing I found in the lead that I can give you to help you find
Yes, yes. What is it?
Yes, so, interesting enough, in the end of the second calamity, the second calamity, right? So that would be at the end of the Age of Conquest, 3,152 years ago.
The Rise of the Rat.
I apologize, and that must mean the weapon actually is, my information cited would be 3,100 years, not 2,000 years. Sorry, I apologize. My dates, confusing.
Fine, move on. Yeah.
So, yes, at the end of the Elven Madness, in the wake of the Elven Madness being stopped and civilization surviving, many deals and Unity Pact signed, right? We're claiming where the former Sildenai Empire would give land away and power back to its previous subjects, post their previous rule over them. Many nations were vying for what land would go where, and in these documents being passed to negotiate who would get what kingdom and what land and what governance, often contributions about who helped stop the second calamity was sent. Those that spent the most and put the most effort argued they should get the most land. And so there were a numerous accord of treaties being sent and disputed. Veneer, being a sovereign state, or wanting to keep its sovereign state, formerly a vassal of sorts of the Sildenai rule, they put their own treaties forward, claiming things that they had spent and things they had lost during the Elven Madness, and in these documents of their costs to argue that why they should get to keep or gain whatever they did gain post-Elven Madness. Of course, there were counterbids elsewhere. I have found here in the Architect's Archives several versions of these drafts that have survived. And drafts, not the final documents. We, of course, could go to Windheim or any of the major kingdoms and look at their archives to see the officially agreed treaty of who gets what sovereign states and where their land would be. As we know, Nadan to the north, Windheim has its most and western section, Philly to the southwest, and then over to the east would be for the more beastkin-oriented individuals. The Elder Isles, who do not contribute nearly at all, get to keep their land, as it would be very tribulative to even launch a campaign to claim it. Regardless of that, Vanir had put in documentation about an item. Now, in our official common language, prior to the rending, common was not the spoken language, the universal language. In fact, Elvish was, being Saldana was an Elvish kingdom. Many such documents are listed in Elvish. And coincidentally, in one of the treaties here, they was not written in Elvish. In fact, written in Draconic. Presumably some person from Falit or a dragonborn, perhaps descendant, was in here and written a draft in Draconic. And this is where my main lead is, because I noticed a discrepancy between this Draconic version and the official version and the other versions posted. And in the Draconic version, it is actually cited in Draconic that an item lost in the Elven Madness is none other than Asham Shakti. And you could be thinking that such a person might just claim it is without fully knowing such item. But the lead continues, because in comparison between this draft and the next subsequent drafts, the itinerary stays the same. The item's lost. This item does still exist in the official lost products of Vanir, but under a different name. The different name being
Excalibur.
No,
Oh, fuck me. Where is it?
the Early Dawn was the common name. Post the rending, common would be the agreed language, the language that the humans spoke, and more than any other. And so common became the open language, and so the final treatise has the Early Dawn, a translation, which is similar to Al-Shams Shakti in Draconic, which is Dawn of the New Sun, but the translation lost the official name. And so seeing the official name Al-Sham Shakti mentioned in this Draconic version of the treaty is a very big hope. And to see that the item is still listed in the itinerary, the Early Dawn. Now, the Early Dawn is an item that was equipped by a Fable hero, a hero of the Elven Madness, a hero who was lost in Vanir's depiction. In fact, their biggest contribution, their number one contribution, would be this individual, an exalted at the time, a leader of Vanir he was. And if you just give me a moment here, I must wet that palate a little bit. Oh, my tummy sometimes gets rumbly just a little bit, and I have to quench down a little bit of drink. Anywho, so yes, this individual was lost as well, and it's fair to suspect that he was gifted the item because of the calamity to try to stop the spread of the darkness. So if we look at that, and this individual, this hero who was lost, it would be the his name, isn't it the Black Onyx? No, the Onyx Flame, that's what his name would be. One of the heroes of Windheim. The Onyx Flame depicted of having the Early Dawn, which is what we commonly know. However, I think the Early Dawn is Al-Sham Shakti, and thus meaning, I believe the lead is where the Onyx Flame last was, is where the weapon was. So, now, you might not know much about the Onyx Flame. I have done a little bit of research. His real name was Arkorn Hadrim, and he was an exalted here in Vanir.
How do you spell that name?
Akorn space Haudreem. Arkorn Hadrim. And his title, the Onyx Flame, Onyx space Flame Flame. So, with that, if you know his tale, you could trace it. Where his remains are is a debate. We know that in the second calamity, him and a group of other heroes went to the fringes, and he never came back. His body never recovered, nor any objects lost. Thus the treaty saying it was a loss, and a loss indeed, because the Onyx Flame was a very powerful and influential person inside Vanir. Hence why it was their biggest contribution to ending the Elven Madness. That would be my lead for you. Find out where Arkorn remains are. If you have a way to use magic or something to help you triangulate to where he resides, where he ended his journey, we will probably find our Sham Shakti. And in doing such, you would, of course, please notify me if you do find the object, because then I can write my thesis in completion, saying that it was founded and my speculation did result in this. And of course, the High Scholar would be very much interested in appraising the item, thus completing the entire ordeal. So I believe that would be quite a long speech I gave you.
He's been talking for like an hour now.
That I've gone through here with you all about Sham Shakti. Are there any questions, follow-ups that maybe I have information on, maybe not?
Okay.
Everyone's like dead. It's a lot of info, though.
Whenever you get a large amount of information, it's like eating a giant pot of honey. You just get tired sometimes. You need to digest it.
Do you eat pots of honey?
Out of character, I was curious. Was this guy supposed to be the guy we spoke to about Dragoon as well? Or that was a separate entity to speak with? I think.
No, Dragoon. I don't think he sent you here for Dragoon. Dragoon's not here.
It's someone else, right?
I don't think he actually gave you the lead for Dragoon. I just said like, we could show you where it is, and you could go there and investigate. It wasn't like, hey, I have a lead for you to follow. It's like, I know where this is. I can hook you up, but you guys don't seem to have the time. I think is how it came out to be.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because I remember writing down City of Dragoon in my notes, and it's related to Ori. And then I knew this guy also had something that was related to the Draconi, and so that's why I was like, "Oh, yeah, was that like
the faction, the civilization of past is benefactors of both of these heirlooms of the Zenith, right? But in this case, Dravar was only looking for literally the heirloom of the Zenith, not the city, which Master Ori is very hopeful that some of that technology of the Dragoon would maybe still linger and you could recreate it. But he did not say, hey, go talk to someone out there for that. It was just like, hey, this exists. We could go look. But you guys are far more like, hey, what about this one? And he's like, yeah, well, he would want to go to Dravar. He's the one who cited me this. I don't even know what his lead happens to be. He just said, come here with haste. And in Dravar's explanation to it, he did cite, like, information's very dangerous to the wrong hands, which is why he couldn't just write it in a missive. He had to speak it orally, because if he gave it to a party that was with evil intention, given an heirloom of the Zenith could be, well, geopolitically just could completely redefine New Ulsul's future. If it's as powerful as the lore, being able to bring down wreaths of flame and incinerate foes,
Got it. Okay, so that was something that he could lead us towards, but we weren't able to do that right this time. Okay, cool. Thumbs up. Thank you for letting us know this information, and we would most definitely follow it if we have the opportunity.
The question is where did the Onyx Flame's journey end? I do not know. So Of course, there's very few people that know anything about what happened to stop the Elven Madness, but the heroes came back, mentioned that something about that. What was it? Perhaps his spirit can find joy near that endless reflective expanse or something.
Endless reflective expanse.
Was I believe one of the comments of his party notated in the return of the group and the loss of the Onyx Flame. His sacrifice to save the world.
That must be yeah. Well, we're going to research as much as we can, and we're going to use our various methods and contacts to do as much as we can, and if necessary, head out to the fringes. But this is, of course, going to take a long time, so...
Of course, this is the information I presented to you. I will continue to write my thesis on this. I have to at least make the halfway attempt, because I am not skilled like you in getting into difficult places, just a little...
Yes.
A little bit in the tummy region. But... unless I still attempt to get my doctorate with this, and maybe I can still succeed. But if you could acquire it, you would most certainly help me get through this bothersome time.
Well, we will most definitely keep that in mind. Is there anything else pertinent that may help us on our journey?
For this specific object, no. I was given a slew of heirlooms to choose, and after testing a few of them and getting dead ends on nearly all of them, this one was the most promising because of the relationship with the religious city of Vanir. And so that's the only one I have a lead on. At this point, any other heirloom that could be being pursued by other students you'd probably want to go with Master Ori on any leads he has with those.
Right. Well, thank you. I'm sure we're all very thankful for your explanation.
Wonderful. Well, it was so great to meet you all, Heartseeker, and I do wish you the best of luck. And again, don't forget about me. I would love to be able to earn that doctorate correctly.
Of course. Well, we will not bother you any longer. Please enjoy the rest of your tea.
Wonderful. All right. Well, toodaloo.
As you guys leave his small studio apartment, and then you pile out, and you kind of get some distance. But as you're getting away, you look back inside, and he's currently rubbing his head, and he's like,
"What nice people."
Is he just staring at the ceiling? As you all then move on.
So it seems like we're going to need to discuss that with your mother, Evelyn. And ask about the Onyx Flame.
We never really can learn everything in one spot, can we?
However, you did get a pretty depiction of.
Yeah, he died down by the anchor.
That's true.
Down by the Maw of Jalzim, yes.
Yes, where they went to repair the anchor. To undo the repair that somebody else had done to the anchor. He had died down there because he had done a sacrificial fire move or something to burn away what was there or something like that. And then someone else died too. One Eye, something like that.
Yeah, Crazed Eye. But Crazed Eye lived, and she just died on the sands of the shore, where the Onyx Flame, nothing remained, gone completely. So the depiction was that Nier also told you that she could not be present at the actual anchor. She had to be much further inland. So she could be lying. She could have more information, but based on the story that was presented to you, she would not have more information besides, well, I could, theoretically show you where we were, but I don't know how they handled it. So she would say it would be at the Maw of Jalzem. Would be where the Al-Sham Shakti.
We can use spells or things to get more info.
Want to go spelunking and fucking the Maw of Jalzem? Good luck with that.
Let's just go for a swim.
We could get a boat, yeah. We'll be fine.
Oh, it would tear us asunder, man. Jeez.
Yeah, they still to cross it.
Is there anything, any like reflective planes or anything like that? Are they talking about the water plane? Is like that historically like a reflective plane where?
That's
No.
I think we're overthinking it. I think it's related to the fringes. Over that direction. What do we know is over there? We know Niera's explanation of events from the Elven Madness.
Tieflings are over there.
Yeah, about how they pushed over there. Well, the Tieflings are over there because of Doma's people, and but the point being, reflective surface, the depiction that we've been given, it's like almost certainly over there. Like there's no doubt it's like the Malajal Zim, and yeah.
So the weird guy, the guy that took the spear, his name is fucking elapsing me like mad. Lavolt came after the spear. He got it. Is it safe to? Well, it's not safe to assume, but we could assume he's in the fringes currently looking for that. So maybe we should avoid it.
Why would he be looking for that specifically?
Right.
He's collecting these fucking things.
We don't know that that's a Zenith weapon. We don't know that Ardoth Ravine is a Zenith weapon.
There's two of them. I guess I'm assuming as Ardoth Ravine is one of them, Al-Sham Shakti is the other.
I mean, the naming conventions, that it does
Heirloom
insinuate.
of the Zenith, and Kyle's been calling the Zenith Spear quite a bit, so... But maybe it's just intended bait to try to screw with you.
Yeah, no, it's 100% is one of the two fucking Zenith artifacts. Heirlooms of Zenith.
No.
What do you mean, no?
I don't think so.
You call it the Zenith Spear is called the Zenith...
Let's save this for after the episode.
Okay.
Yeah. So,
a long-winded debacle for a bit there. You want to deprive our viewers of your guys' actual think tanking a little bit? Wow.
Thinking in character, we have to start doing, because I feel like most of our sessions end up being out of character discussion.
There's nothing wrong with that.
Or like discuss after the fact.
Better to think it through than going half-cocked and die.
Do we...
Don't worry, Roderick's gonna die enough for everybody, so...
we've handled the immediate questioning and things we have to do at Veneer. Where to, besides just exploration, gang?
We finished the one with the giant.
No, we don't necessarily have.
We might have helped the giant.
Yeah, we might have helped Sivir.
She wants vengeance. She wants us to go and help her take down the beast that killed her mother.
Whatever that is. We should probably ask someone about that.
But you're talking about her coming into the city.
Yes.
I don't know that that's a great idea.
Leap time.
What's her other option? I mean, we can take her to Windheim.
We're out of character, I guess, huh?
In character.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
My concern. Well, I think Laris wants to be in character. My concern is that Severe is going to go off into the forest on her own and have very little options besides attacking caravans. And then what are people going to do after they've been attacked enough times? Jeremy Clark's going to hire a bunch of giant killers and then go kill her. I'd rather her be in a safe place, lawn game, where she can be beneficial and not parasitical, where she's going to have to die. What's the point of us helping her at all, just besides to help her get vengeance? I am interested in her long-term care.
I just don't think her long-term care should necessarily be here at the supposed host of the next calamity. Maybe we should find somewhere safer.
Maybe why they want.
This is probably the safest place, though. Honestly, if the calamity is going to happen.
Well, I see a much bigger issue here. As open as temples claim to be in providing sanctuary, I don't think they'll be very welcoming of a child who wants revenge and nothing but blood.
I don't know
if
we weren't on such bad...
I mean, we can do that after she gets her revenge. We get the revenge with her.
Revenge is very much a Trabalorian type of thing. I think that they would be very welcoming for her. But the problem is, then I look over at Doma, they hate your guts, and they're not going to want us anywhere near there.
I did want
at least they're not going to let me near there.
Maybe, and I look at Thorak, if we had some sort of emissary who sort of understood vengeance and justice and all that sort of thing, you could sort of segue in and...
Right.
I think
we've all
do several hand gestures, like to sort of lead on towards like great things.
Maybe there's notes about your the temple down there that Veneer was maybe in contact with in the past.
we have some sort of lost lawn dogma or something in the scripture that they may not have that may be able to.
You said yourself that the story goes that Drabalor left this flame down there. That's important to know, is it not?
Wait, what?
Veneer would know, right? Oh yeah, that's part of the stuff you missed.
Son of a bitch.
If this flame was made by Drabalor and kept down there,
it
Veneer
was
would certainly
made by.
Is the flame still burning?
Yes, the flame is still burning, as what you said.
It is. No
I'm
one's
sure that'd be very interested in
Oh,
hearing.
now it is. Apparently,
You'll hear it when the upload gets done.
All I'm saying is given the climate, this place doesn't seem necessarily friendly to people who are not of their like-mindedness. We don't know her level of religious.
Then we take her to Windheim. It's not a big deal.
Yeah.
Right. Sorry.
But we're talking about conjecture.
Then what do we do when
here.
she gets to Windheim?
It's just conjecture. I mean, in the Windheim, we have a bigger issue as far as for basically who's going to house her, who's going to feed her, and all that. Basically, because that's going to cost money, and who's just going to take her.
My mother would be able to sort something out if it came to that, but I think we should look at other options. I just don't know that this is necessarily the best place for an outsider.
The way I see it is either Veneer or Windheim. That's our two options for housing a giant. And Veneer seems decent if we can get it. If not, then Windheim. I mean, it's a closed case. Otherwise, we can't help her.
She said we can ask at the Terrace of the Blessed, so that's the best place to probably ask about it.
I guess
you want to get her entrance.
I guess we shouldn't really. You brought up a good point. We really shouldn't be trying to plan her future.
Right.
It's her decision. So I'm just worried about her falling into the routine that she'd already been exhibiting, and that's why Jeremy Clark was in such dire straits. And so, she's not going to reinvent the wheel just because she's gotten vengeance. What is she going to do? Right.
Right.
That's the issue. What she do after getting her vengeance? But
what?
Yeah.
What were you about to say, Thoric? You were thinking for a moment.
Oh, right. I was just thinking back about the flame, and I definitely don't think going to the Temple of Eternal Flame here is a good idea. Considering we've all been seen around Doma, and they hate his guts, pretending to be their emissary, or, I don't think it's gonna go too well.
You're not their emissary. Those years of service are not.
You have valuable information that they do not have. I mean, and no one else could account for it better than the person who's involved with it.
And
what Baldric says is true.
Even if you've renounced it, you've heard irrefutable proof that you are claimed by someone or something. So whatever your conviction is, still holds. And I don't think that those names on that shield are lost for their efforts.
Maybe they died for a reason. Maybe they died to get you to leave Medan and come here, and there was some sort of other fates at play. Everyone's life seems to be a line of, dragon chests sort of tilted and on top of each other. You knock one piece and knocks another, and knocks another, and knocks another. It's too much of a coincidence for all the things that are happening here right now.
Well, if it's all just a game to them, I don't want to be playing.
Oh, but God.
Cross are the names on the shield.
We're talking about the lives of the entire existence, all of creation. You hear, the fourth calamity is the end of everything. Probably including the gods. People are going to die, Thorak. You're a soldier, you know that. I'm a doctor, I try to save lives, but even I understand that death is inevitable. It's inevitable end for everybody. We just try to hold it off for long. As long as we can.
Okay. Let's recall the conversation. This would have gone a little differently, but... If everyone thinks that's a good idea, I suppose I could pay them a visit.
Not until after we've rest. I'm not going in there without my abilities. I am not being stabbed by a flame sword or something.
Also, it was just a theory. I mean, I just thought it would be an idea for,
Well, I do wish to spend some time here as well. In the Terrace of Curiosity. Perhaps it has more info all these people have been neglecting to tell or didn't know regarding the Abyss.
fair. Yes.
We can
we also-
ask, but I don't necessarily know they'll give us answers if we're not insiders. We're not of the city.
Scrolls can't keep information away from us. They can't lie, and well, they can lie. They can be written wrong, but you know what I mean. They can't withhold information.
I'm saying we may not be able to access what. you
Well,
can
we won't.
access.
We won't know. We won't know. So let's not delve into the what ifs.
Yeah, we'll try. If it works, great. Other things we need to do.
And Doma, this is your home. What do you think we should be doing right now? Some people we should be seeing, some areas, some people you need to check in with.
Well, there's one person I would probably need to check in with after everything that's happened, and that's the person who taught me how to be a paladin.
Let's probably go do that right
It's
now,
not right
immediately.
Who's this person you're talking about?
Oh god, I need their name.
Rabadane.
Robinine, is that their name?
Yes.
He's taught by multiple. And Robadine was just his later.
Okay.
It would be his current instructor, but Rithos was very well involved in Doma's.
Rithos was
Yeah.
was involved, but I'm talking about.
Well, while you're thinking of the name, there's actually two people you need to check in on. So one of them is Aniel.
Yes,
Pretty important.
but we just
We've been gone for like an hour. We've only been gone for like an hour.
More than an hour. More than an
I was
hour.
worried.
It was an hour conversation just with fucking Dravar. Getting to the terrace is like 20 minutes
Yeah.
exploring.
Okay,
Yeah, I mean,
shorter than I
we could be like 2.
Well,
Too
so
short. Never mind.
time to go to the only other friendly terrace for us. Then I
Yeah.
guess.
I need to ask
the
about what
balance.
happened to me on the other side.
I guess we could ask them about Ardoth Ravine too. Ysael did mention.
Someone was gonna know.
Baldric, I don't know how to tell you this, but the head of the Cabinet of Curiosities had no indication about what something means. I don't know what information we could get in the.
Think of the poem. You're thinking too lateral. Think of the outside the poem. And ancients and gods. Well, that is one of the most ancient gods. So we should try. We can't just sit around and do nothing. We gotta try something.
I'm not gonna say we do.
The end of the
nothing.
world is upon us. The end of the universe, all the cosmos. You can't just sit around here twiddling your thumbs.
But
You're
my only point is that we're not going.
a
to
person of
just
action.
go-
You go out there and do things. You move like a bolt of lightning.
What do
You
you think I've been
things.
sitting here doing, Baldric? I've been sitting here talking for the past couple days. I can't do anything.
I'm sorry, I'm just a little antsy. That conversation went way too long. He just kept going on and on about honey and bother this.
I
In the
thought he was
time-
rather sweet.
In the
Yeah, like
time-
sweet like honey. Yes.
I don't know about that
He's
sweet thing.
sweating honey. It's pouring out of his pores. He eats too much of it. Look at the size of his stomach.
In the time
Gosh,
that this
We all
BMI
have our
Could've-
vices.
went,
BMI must be like 30 or something.
I could have climbed
It
this
just
tower
happens to be
7
honey.
times over.
The vice of honey.
So are we gonna look around the Terrace of Curiosity? Are we gonna go to the Terrace of Balance? What are we
Terrace of
thinking?
Balance. That's where we're going for Dawn.
Balance, yeah.
No information you would like to try to research here at the Terrace of
There's
Curiosity.
things we could probably look up here before we leave.
Is there anything you'd like to try to look into? It doesn't
Oh.
have to be like
So much.
I could be like, hey, you're on the second floor. You give it a gander. You could also ask people if you want. You could try to ask, or you could try to research it on your own. Just want to give it to you because I hate when people claim that they never had the opportunity. But if the opportunity is there and they don't take on it, because that's you, that's not me. So I don't want that kind of accusation, right?
Right. Well, let's spend some time here since we're not on a time crunch. We're not rushing anywhere. Looking into the scrolls and the text and what we have access to here.
So yeah, what information? I mean, you can ask me a question. I could tell you if it's reasonable or not. I can maybe make a roll. What is it that you're trying? Do any of you have questions that you'd like to try to self-investigate? Now, keep in mind, investigating takes time, and so your day will be ticking by. And if the party's staying together, then you're all here, right? So that's unless you say split. So this is kind of like that is the cost analysis, but that is per the rules you guys have defined for yourself, not me. So.
If I'll research if everyone else researches.
Yeah, well, I think
Arc's
we all
definitely-
agree. I think we agreed that we're all going to stay together because of the dangers. I don't think any of us are going to split up.
Yeah.
Right.
So whatever we
Probably.
decide, we're going to do the group. But we don't necessarily have a time crunch other than the fact that people are dying in the Western states. So
Which your character actually mentioned at the start of the episode.
Yeah, we discussed that. Yeah.
I just said that. But, all right, so some
Thing is, people die
research
every
and
day,
minimum
so.
some research. But if we start getting lots of questions, the time is going to start adding up. So keep that in mind. But, all
Anyway.
right, so does someone have a question or something they want to know more about?
I bet the El Sham Shakti is really good at killing demons. We're about to go fight a bunch of demons over in the Western states, so we should go.
Sure
Should we go
would
do
be
that
good.
first?
You would know for more information on Sham Shakti in here. It's almost going to be like you're not going to.
Oh no! I'm sorry, I'm
Dravar
just out of
probably has
character.
hit the obvious sources automatically. So you when you have an NPC that you can filter through, usually your time gets saved that way. So, but yeah, Thora, you got a question for me. So what's up? What can I try?
Yes.
If it's reasonable, what are you looking for?
I'm gonna look for any sections or anything related to the demons and the abyss I've seen in the marshes under the mountain, and the stories I've heard of Venahira coming down, and the same thing above the mountain, or like he just goes stomps them off. In particular, I've heard the story a million times of how she came down and she killed everything, but like, did she do anything? How like more lore on that? How did she stop it? Did she just flick her finger? Did she use something? How would someone go about replicating that? Basically, I want to stop it under the mountain. I want to see if I can find a way to do
You've
that.
asked a couple questions here. So, goodness. Okay, let's get a investigation roll by you. If no one else has any personal inquiries, they could aid you, but that would mean that they don't have. They can't.
Roderick would help him.
All right, that does mean that Roderick will not be free for this period of time to do his own research, like looking into outer planar shit that maybe you fucking hate. So, you're okay with that? All right, Roderick is helping Thora. Got it. All right, so go ahead and give me that roll.
So he's gonna guide me towards where I need to go.
He's
He can
giving-
do it for you.
He's keeping his eye
You're
out.
not getting guidance because he is giving you the action of aid. He can't double down.
Yeah,
on it.
I know. I just know other people
You
have
could
guidance.
For
aid.
you. He didn't
Other-
see the
other-
recent investigations. Yeah.
Other
I
people.
can
Roderick do it.
guide Thorak if he would.
Too
like
late. I rolled
to.
already.
Then there you go.
21.
Okay, 21. Now
That could have been a 27.
it's his roll. 21. Okay, so
I don't do that,
let's
that's-
kind of go through these questions again here, so I can try to give you what may exist in Veneer about the subject. So can you kind of like reiterate or?
So, yeah, so very specifically, Thorg's goal very openly is to stop the evil demon things under the mountain. Stop them from coming, not just prevent them with the
So
flame.
your main importance was how did Venahira kill demons?
How did she... You can kill... I know you can kill them, they go to the warp, and then you kill them
Yes.
again. We've heard that story again. I'm not interested in that. He would skim over that part because he knows it. I would go in more... How did she stop them from coming back? Not like killing them in the warp, but like, how did they come here? How did they come here?
Okay,
already
so
know.
you do find some lore about demons and how they get here and things like that. Unfortunately, the Venahira tale about saving the world and the rending, there is, as Rithos claimed to you guys yourself, there were no witnesses to what she did that stopped whatever the fuck was going on at this supposed epicenter. All they know is that she went into the fringes, right? And they were chasing after her, but they were far slower than her. Even as she fought the abyssal hordes, she was still faster than them. So they don't have much eyewitnesses. They were the things they did learn were from survivors that managed to survive through the chaos. They would pick them up and then they would say, "I saw this or that," or "I think I saw this," right? But these are all eyewitnesses that are very skeptical, very skeptical information because these people could be seeing things that aren't happening or false interpretations. So that is what they did. They do not know what she did at the final location, what even happened there. They just assumed, well, she won because the hungry one who believed came back isn't there and we're not dead, right? Like, that's the only conclusion we can come to. So there is no idea of how she stopped it. But there is no information about how the Abyss can get here even now. And the Abyss has several ways. If the plane, the barrier between planes weakens, specifically at if someone makes a drill point, you can make a hole in the plane yourself. Very powerful arcanists can do this. They can break the barrier but it requires very good skill or a very tremendous amount of power. So the most of the world cannot cast magic. Very few people can cast magic. I think it's like 15% of the world of New World Soul can even cast cantrips, I think it is, or maybe it's 25%. But like every consecutive tier up, effectively a spell slot higher, is like half of the previous one. And so you get to this point where on a scale of the population New World Soul, very few people have the means to do teleportation magic. But teleportation magic is punching a hole in the weave and teleporting yourself to a new location, or making a causeway which allows you to distribute power elsewhere and making like a gate. And you can make these and punch holes into the barrier and make it possible to go to different planes of existence. Arkelya has sent researchers, some in Veneer actually, were sent to go explore the cosmos and to gather more information. For example, how to confirm a demon was killed. There clearly was some people that went to the abyss, killed demons, and they didn't come back because they had to be there for a long enough period of time. How successful they were in the long run, those people probably all died in the end, but some of the information got back. So Veneer does say that killing a demon in the abyss does permanently kill it. But, I mean, and you already kind of knew this from everyone else's stuff, so you know that if you want to kill demons permanently, it has to be done in the abyss. But the abyss is also incredibly dangerous. One of, if not the dangerous place in existence. There's, like, theoretically argued infinite layers. It is believed to be the biggest plane of existence, bigger than the material plane, bigger than all other planes, potentially believe that it is ever growing. And the idea is that one of these like previous exalted eyes, through communication with potentially celestial powers, came to a conclusion that was the gods seem to have made a barrier that just pushes the abyss away from all other existence. It's too big to contain. They could not seal it off. So instead they just put like a dam up and said, all right, you grow that way. But that means it's infinite, right? So how long has that happened? How long has that been? How long has that gone since then? How big could the abyss even be now? I mean, it's basically infinite. It literally can't be infinite. There is eventually a boundary, but to destroy it is pretty much an impossible task. Is kind of what the conclusion happens to be.
So, okay, and so they drill a hole in this barrier. Can you undrill the hole?
You can, yes. So you can create the hole and make it short term for a 6-second window for teleportation magic, you and your party. Or, I mean, you could be in the abyss and teleport with demons from the abyss here if you wanted to. Right? You could go there and teleport back with demons with the same spell. If it's a willing creature, it will work, right? So you can make short bursts. You can also make more permanent bursts, gateways, but these require excessive amounts of power. There is apparently the barrier between the planes tries to like heal itself and mends itself, so it doesn't. It's like it's designed to not allow these things to occur naturally. And from conversations you've had with your party members from other very notable sources, such as Annual's past, she talked about that denizens of other planes don't really work well in other planes besides their own, because their existence is inhospitable to it. Creatures from the plane of fire die in the plane of water. There's got to be some difference to protect them, right? So there is this kind of like order that exists to try to help life exist.
So hypothetically speaking, from what I'm gathering right now, there's a gateway open somewhere in the mountain, but the barrier wants to close itself, which means someone is, or something somehow is keeping the gateway open.
Yes. Now,
which means in order to close it, we need to stop that power source.
Correct. Now, another notion, that is a very good conclusion to come to, but there's another tangent that's talked about here. Demons, by their very nature, are so chaotic, they break the rules of existence around them. The more powerful the demon, the more it corrodes the laws of physics of the plane it's in. Demons, if allowed prolonged exposure to an area, will deteriorate and create ulcers in the plane around it, the barrier, to the point where more demons can come in on their own. And then those demons, if they get larger in size, make the ulcer bigger and allow even bigger demons to come in. The ulcer grows and the ulcer grows. It is believed that entire planes have been lost not meant to be in the abyss, but the barrier between them was corroded by small infiltrators like that and was not handled correctly. And then the ulcer grew of such size that an full-on invasion could occur, and the abyss eventually just kind of starts forcing its way into that plane, and then eventually the plane cannot win and will be consumed and then join the abyss.
So it's like a cell losing its membrane.
Yeah, exactly. Well, part of its membrane, and then eventually, the membrane will completely collapse and it'll pop. And it pops, it then gets consumed by the abyss and all the energy there. And so, like, this is a very scary notion that if left unchecked long enough, if powerful enough abyssal creatures here or abyssal energy gets enough infected into a host world, the world's screwed, doomed. That plane is gone. There's no way coming back from that. And so if that is what's happening, there could be a gateway that's still fueled that's allowing it, but it could also just be an infection so monumentous in there that it's allowing it to be refueled. So then the other option is like, well, if it's not a gateway, but instead a very powerful creature, a very powerful abyssal demon, killing it, sending it back to the abyss would close the ulcer dramatically. You could also try to clear all the legion that exists in there, but that's, now you're talking about destroying an entire army. So the thing that I would argue here, though, is there isn't an exact science, but scholars here do believe that the ulcer can only get so big based on the power of the creatures. It's generally the way it moves exponentially up is that if a bigger abyssal creature comes in. So if a demon prince and a princess come in, and if many come in, now you're fucked, right? And now this times in very well with what you recall about the Rending, where numerous princes and princesses were here in Arkelya. And then it kind of dawns on you how fucking close Arkelya was doomed to have. I mean, it has to be at least more than two, right? They implied that some of them worked together and they wouldn't come back. So, what, half a dozen? Were there a dozen? How many princes and princesses were here? But if there's that many, that's insane, because that would be basically past the critical mass point, for sure, to have 6 to 12, maybe more demon princes here. That's way past critical mass. The planet was fucked, effectively, at that point. And yet, here you guys still are.
Okay, so the hypothetical plan, according to information, is numero uno. Locates the gate or the tear or whatever it is. Number 2. Well, there has to be some sort of tear that they're making.
Right, it doesn't have to be a gate. What TJ was challenging was the gate. It doesn't have to be a gate. There will be an ulcer. The ulcer is either manually made, right? And that would be like a gate where it's like a pipe that's
physical thing.
Yeah, and then you could destroy that. Boom. It starts closing. It could also be getting fueled by just the creatures in the area. And if it's based on the size of the population of what's existing in there has to be a pretty prevalent power for the numbers of demons that personally exist down there, right? It is well within a fair reason to assume that it could be a prince or a princess of the abyss. Now, what the fuck it's doing for this long? So some other information that maybe I didn't really regale to you heavily on your character creation, but your temple has been around for like 1,600 years or so. Is what it's been around.
3,000 something. I just read it recently.
What was it? I said? Told you?
3,000 something? No.
It should be about like 1,700 years or so, approximately.
I'll find it again. I looked at a different number.
1,700 years ago. Wait a minute.
That is how long your temple has kind of existed. About 1,700 years ago or so.
Okay, so just to recant,
or is it around this?
What I know? Yeah. So
1,600 years into the AU.
Yeah.
So numero uno, locate whatever is causing them or allowing them to come through. Number 2, somehow prevent more of them from coming through and enlarging the hole. Number 3, kill them all, or just the prince or the main thing that's keeping it open.
If you kill the legion, it would. But the prince remains or princess remains. That's you got it. Really killing the biggest ones first would be the best boon. The hole would shrink, and if you can kill enough of the lesser contain, the hole would shrink to the point where then they would have to invest. Abyss would have to invest so many new people to let the hole get big enough to allow a powerful creature to get
Big
through.
to
Yeah.
or big to small.
Yeah.
Big
Yeah.
to small.
Like
Oh,
if, you,
big guy,
if you want to,
prevent
if
more
you
from
want to
coming
control
in.
it, it would argue kill the biggest ones first, and then start working the smaller ones down
And
there.
then clean up later.
Yeah, but the problem is the big ones use the small ones as fucking meat shields. They're like, yeah, fucking wear them down, right? It's really hard for they're really hard for the Abyss to ever get organization. The Abyss itself, the creatures, demons, are chaotic by nature. So usually the way you get order is through such fear of destruction or pain that these princes and princesses, because they're so fucking powerful, they can tear through tyranny, basically, force some semblance of order. But as soon as they like kind of separate, that order starts falling apart hard. So infighting is super common, and yeah, it's very difficult for them to actually launch a correct invasion. It would be assumed that a plane would be lost because too many other princes and princesses could come, and they might even start fighting each other, but they just fucking start eroding the laws of physics to the point where fucking like enough of the air disappears and everyone just suffocates to death, right? Like,
okay.
So your temple might have actually been founded at the end of the Rise of the Ravenous, or at the beginning. It fits timeline wise.
Maybe they're just one of the lost legions, like Rise of the Ravenous, when all of them came through, and this is just one of them just happened to be under a mountain
Potentially,
because it was closed off. No one really noticed it and closed it in time.
Or because of the ending of the Rise of the Ravenous, they retreated to the place that they thought would be safest, deep underneath the mountain, and from there built up their forces, and have, it's a possibility.
Okay.
But
well, so
you've got to lead.
Save theory, yeah. We gotta lead. We'll save theory crafting for later, and we spend some time in the researching things. There'll be more opportunities.
While they're researching, Akal will research for Kueltaj stuff. There may be something here, there may not.
A roll can't even really get you any. I mean, you're being very vague, and Kueltaj, kind of like as argued to Yasel, they don't really have anything besides, well, it existed. Sildenai was. I mean, it's nothing new. Really, it comes up to it.
Okay.
They don't have myth about what happened or didn't happen with them. More that it was an enemy, and it was they were pretty oppressive, and they had some interesting magics of choice. Originally, a lot of nature magic, but then it seemed that since they were losing the war, they started turning to different avenues and started making creations that were unusual.
I remember what I was originally going to search for. Information on divine entity names, and look for the one eye. So the one-eyed. Yeah, I'll look for that.
All right.
Yeah.
You
roll? Yeah.
I guess I would need a roll. Yeah. Is anyone gonna help you with this?
Guidance.
You're gonna spend a time doing guidance instead of aid. Aid would be better, honestly. Aid is on average
I
a
want to
plus.
look up something else. If I aid him, I can't look up my own
Guidance
stuff.
would not help him here because it takes too long.
Does anyone want to help me look up something? Doma?
We know Roderick is with Thoric, and Thoric is learning his stuff as we speak. So it'd have to be one of the other 3 cast members, be either Baldric.
I'll help out Kyle.
Well, no. Does anyone not want to research something?
I was going to look up trials related to Marlesh and things that are like that.
There's so many good things to research right now, isn't there?
So what it could be, so think of the following method. You could just roll independently, and you don't have to do it with aid. You don't need aid to succeed, right? You could also have you guys join hands and just invest more of your evening. You know the following. Ritho said, hey, please stay here, right? All right, for the day, you're staying for the night. Tomorrow you may leave. So that a minimum. Also, you know the Exalted Hexalic is in a meeting right now. Yasiel just went to it. Robadine would not be available immediately. How long that meeting goes is definitely an unknown determinant. But with the topic at hand, it's going to definitely be a heated conversation. So an hour minimum is very fair, but could definitely go longer than that. And with Thoric's research here, it is going to be, he's already done basically an hour himself, for sure.
Yeah. Yeah, I'll just research myself. So
okay.
Let's see. I get a That did not look good. Yeah, I saw that spinning on a 1, so it landed on the 1. So.
Oh.
What was it you were looking for? Oh yeah, myth. The
one-eye. Yeah.
No one wants to help him out with that, huh? No one.
You said I helped him.
Okay? You're willing to forego? Okay.
Yeah.
You guys can invest more hours after this, by the way. All right, so you get aid, my good sir. You have a chance again. I don't know why Evelyn's not just doing it for you, really.
That was a 19. It spun on it just like the 1 did. So
very well. You find the mythos, the story about Kixlooney. Because that is Kixlooney. The one-eyed is Kixlooney's title.
It's canon.
So here we go. Let's talk about this a little bit. So this is really esoteric, but it's super. Did he just leave his? Oh, he's rolling down in pain. So for one, Kixlooney has a couple titles. There is where are we? The One-Eyed Tale. Serendipity Scoundrel, the Prankster Princess are her kind of official title. But the One-Eyed and the Dropping the Tail is just very, very common for her too.
Sorry, you said the one-eyed tail, Serendipity Scoundrel, and what was the last one?
Serendipity Scoundrel, the Prankster Princess.
Okay.
All right, and then Kixlooney has quite the tale. Quite the tale. Let's get to it. So how there's actually how did Kixlooney become a god? And why isn't Kixlooney in the pantheon right now? And blah blah blah. But let's go through the fucking lore here. So you literally pull a book up and you just sit down and you start reading this folklore, right? And this wasn't like
he's like Kixlooney
and he
throws the book. Yeah. So
but it's his knowledge for everyone.
Kixlooney was a simple fox originally, one born with no eyes. The kit used every bit of her cunning to survive each and every day, but it was tremendous effort and incredibly difficult. One day the kit heard the rumor of the Pantheon themselves were in the forest, meeting for unknown reasons. The fox got an idea and brazenly charged forward to find this secret meeting. She managed to find the grove where the gods were, and tumbled her way into the center of their meeting. There she begged Marlesh to heal her eyes and allow her to live out the remainder of her days with the sight she thought she deserved. Marlesh sympathized with the fox and lifted his hands up to help heal her, but Eleanor stopped him. Eleanor offered a challenge to the kit instead, thinking it would be impossible for a task for the young fox, but presenting it nonetheless. If you can climb to the top of the tallest tree in this grove, I will mend your eyes, Eleanor told Kixlooney. Kixlooney thought on it for a moment before providing a counteroffer. What will you do if I can get to the top of the tallest tree in the entire forest? Eleanor scoffed before jokingly remarking, then I will give you the sight of a god. Without a moment's hesitation, Kixlooney agreed. The tallest tree in the entire forest was the World Tree, which was over a mile tall. However, Kixlooney did not know the location of this tree, nor its actual height, but left the two gods as she went out into the world to find it. Kixlooney proceeded to misguide and gamble her way through the forest, earning favors and indebtment. She in turn used these opportunities to gather information on the location of the tree. After tricking a rabbit into guiding her to the base of the very tree, the rabbit laughed, saying, here we are, but you'll never climb that. It's over a mile tall. At first, the fox attempted to climb the tree, but quickly learned that it was impossible in her current state. However, thinking back on the words she provided the goddess, she suddenly realized she did not have to climb this tree, but rather simply get to the top. She marched back towards the very grove where the gods were. There she complained to the gods, claiming how unfair the trial was. Clearly they knew of the severe limitations and the impossibility of the task, and surely the entire ordeal was just to make the creature suffer. But Kixlooney was cunning. She heard that a new god was recently born, one of Marlesh's design. She knew that this god would be present, and would want to prove himself, especially if his creator was besmirched. Her calculations were accurate, and Drabalor, eager to prove himself, stepped in to defend the Pantheon. Through coy manipulation, Kixlooney managed to trick Drabalor into a race. The first of us to have a hair touch a location of their choosing will win. They then must do one task at the beckoning of the other. Jablor, eager to have the fox redact its accusations, agreed. Very well, little one. The world tree itself will be suitable for this challenge. The Dragon Queen, bent on retribution, stated the very location the fox wanted. Kixloony knew he would pick the world tree as he was a newer god and did not yet have the details of the land yet. Furthermore, he would surely assume his massive wings and ability to fly would get him there near infinitely faster than the blind fox could ever run. But this was his mistake, as she had deduced these were his future actions well in advance. After the race started, Drablor, of course, was the first to arrive. However, Kixloony casually made her way to the tree and firmly placed one paw upon its trunk. Drablor laughed. "You are far too late, little one. Now I demand you redact your statement." "Oh, poor Drablor. I'm sorry, but you're not the victor. My condition was the first to put a hair of theirs on the tree. Do you not have any hairs on your scaly body?" It was at this moment that the Dragon King learned of his grave mistake. His eagerness and brashness lacked the thought, and he was tricked into a bet he could never win. In shame, he lowered his head and asked the fox what its wish would be. "I wish for you to bring me to the very top of the world tree, so I may complete the task set before me by the architect of curiosity." Jablor held true to his word and brought the fox to the top of the world tree, where she stood proudly before being brought back to the grove where the gods were. Eleanor laughed. "Well done with your challenge against Jablor, but you have now outsmarted me. My condition was for you to climb the tallest tree. It seems you have forgotten that." "With my deepest apologies, O goddess of knowledge," started the kit. I do believe you're in error, for you see, it was not your challenge I was completing, but rather my challenge to you. Do you not recall our conversation? I asked you, what will you do if I can get to the top of the tallest tree in the entire forest? And you replied, with giving you the sight of a god. I have met these terms. Eleanor was speechless, as she realized that the fox indeed was correct. "Very well, small fox, you have earned your eyes healed." "With my deepest apologies, O grand observer," started the fox. "I do believe you are in error, for you see, you had said you would not simply heal my eyes." "Well then, how am I to grant you sight that exceeds your kin?" Eleanor questioned. "With my deepest apologies, O grand experimenter," started the blind animal. "You did not say I would have sight that is better than my peers. You had stated I will give you the sight of a god. These were your own words." Eleanor paused before reviewing the conversation over 1,000 times in her head. With horror, she realized the fox not only outsmarted a newer god, but even outsmarted her, a much more ancient one. "Very well. Let it be known that I honor my words, and from this day forward, I will be more careful with the words I choose," Eleanor stated as she brought her own hand towards her left eye, plucked it from its socket. She then implanted her own eye into the fox, granting it the very vision it so sought. Eleanor's eye did not simply grant Kixloony the sight of the god. It changed her and made her more powerful. It also gave the fox the powers it never had before. This very organ changed the fox from a mortal into a god. Kixloony has since gone plane to plane, preying on others with cons and mischief, her aim to entertain herself and humble the universe.
Damn.
Holy shit.
That's good job, Akal.
What?
Also,
Good job, Laris, for writing that, man.
Okay, yes. And also, Drablor's a fucking dumbass.
He was a new god!
What a
He was
Cool.
just a puppy, man. He was just a puppy.
Blind, eager, brash. Kind of like an
Man,
orc we have in our group.
absolute. Oh yeah, Thoric's a dumbass too.
That's a really cool story. I'm glad that this exists. Man, whoever that god is associated with, man.
Well, you're
Yeah,
blind at this
By
point.
proxy, a call must also be amazing, apparently, okay?
No.
That's Kixloony's tale of becoming a deity, and then their current aim is to humble the universe, as this tale puts it. You find this book, it's hard to find things about Kixloony. There's not much known. Kixloony is not one of order and desire, nor are they one of I want a following. They don't really work in that compassion, that kind of parameter. But because you are in Eleanor's terrace, this was available, because this is a tale about Eleanor and her own statement about I will not make this mistake again. I will choose my words more carefully. And this is one of the requirements to find any information on Kixlooney, is to have to be in a place that would be with Eleanor. It's her very eye that she gave to the fucking fox. Hence why Eleanor is now a one-eyed god, and you imagine her holy symbol is that mask with just one eye available and the other being covered with hair.
Yep.
She either hides that with shame or she just hides it for aesthetic reasons. But either way, that is the tale of Kixlooney.
God damn.
That was a whole night well spent. Glad it finally came up. Woo! I was afraid that no one would ever learn this, but whatever, it was just existing.
We learned it!
Yay! So any conversations you'd have to have, like, oh my gosh, Doma, you have to learn about that. Do you want to like immediately? No,
I'll discuss that with everyone at a later date.
Jeez,
we're researching it this
just
time.
kind of closes the book. All right, he puts it back on the shelf.
Back on the shelf. Neat. I call literally as a neat.
All right, so that covers the research of Evelyn, who was helping you, so she would have been present for some of this, right? And like, what'd you find? You seemed really interested in that book. And they were like,
I'm not interested in this book.
They had to have been working together. She had been reading one tome and him reading another kind of thing. So yeah, they had to have been working together.
They were working together. So she should be aware of this information as well. Just like Roderick would be aware of the demon information that Thorak got. Because you worked in cahoots, this information has to be shared together.
Which means that Elrian now knows about this information.
Well, Roderick is helping Thorak, so no.
Yep.
No, not about Kixlooney, but about the demons.
Oh, yeah.
Demons.
Yeah, but do you think Elrian doesn't know that demons are
What does he
fucking, like,
care?
how they function? Like, come on, he's a fucking, like,
Demons!
primordial being. He knows how demons work.
Demons!
Okay, so I have Doma and I have Baldric left of the main cast who could research things before we'd have to invest more time for the entire group. So let's go to Baldric, who's currently thinking, what's the question I should be posing here?
There is two things I want to look right now. One, we could probably find out. One is we're not going to find out, but lore-wise, it's too important to not investigate it. But Doma wants to investigate stuff too, so I'll just say what I would like to investigate is out of character. The things I'd like to investigate are this endless reflective expanse. I don't think it's just poetic. I think it's actually a hint to something, whether it's supposed to be the water plane or a land here on our realm. Too much of a hint to not have listened carefully and try to do some research on it. And I think we can maybe find that out. The other thing is obviously Ardoth Ravine, but I'm very unlikely, but just how important it is to the entire campaign, I feel like I have to look into it. Now, Doma, you wanted to look into your Marlesh trial, basically. And what else did you want to look into?
Oh god. What was the other thing? I think I was gonna look for something similar to Aniel's story, just like an old story like that, to see if they have anything written down about it. But mainly, it was just to see if there was other similar quests or petrified forests or mentions of shit like that that have to do with my quest.
Well, everyone has the rights to their own personal goals. It does sound like this would be a split where we'd have two separate roles here.
I feel like the reflective plane one is like small enough that we could do two things maybe. I'm just gauging here because it's like a physical world thing. You don't think so?
Depends on your role. And Yeah, I cannot reveal.
All right.
Yeah, the cat's reading again.
By base assumption, you would have to, if you're going to work together, your contribution is on the question that person asks. Otherwise, you'd work independently and are subjected to the single role.
All right. What's the four things we want to do here?
You can invest more fucking time, all right? You can invest. It's fucking like 3 o'clock. What do you... For fuck's sake. Don't make this fucking too difficult.
These guys, how much long research time did they spend researching?
They're an hour apiece of the other ones so far.
Oh, an hour? Just 1 hour? That's what they got, an hour?
Yeah. So this is...
Oh, man, I thought this was like 4 or 5 hours. I thought this was the rest of the day.
No.
Oh, I'll just help Doma with his stuff right now then. We can do both of his things then.
All right, well, we can do one of Doma's things then, depending on which one he asks. So what was the question you wanted to look into, Doma?
Well, I doubt they have stories about Aniel's group, so I don't know if looking that up would be good, because it's such an ancient
You would
story.
have to spend a lot of time looking, and if it's very obscure, you're spending a lot of time looking if you're not finding good leads. So but you might find something.
I think more prominently would be my quests, and if there's anything that's ever happened that's similar to it, if there's ever like petrified trees that ever had to be recovered for temples and things like that, if there's ever
Well,
cases of
all
things
right.
like that in the past.
I will try to answer this question for you, but you'll need a roll. Let's get an investigation roll, and it will have to be.
Me do the investigation. All right, you just sit right there and just sort of open tomes and work with me. I'll take the lead. on
No,
this.
he has to take the lead, unfortunately.
Are you be shitting me? You mean I was in my advantage on this?
Yes.
What the fuck?
Part of the reason
even
why
think I
is
have
that
any lucky
Doma knows what his intent is, but he might have trouble articulating it. He is better confined even in his own headspace to go, this is my goal. So that's why I'm having the individual who's asking the question do the role, not the best way to boon it. Hence why Thoric had to do his role, not Roderick, who's clearly better at investigation than he is. So-
Yeah, you're right.
I've got like a -2.
All of our best people aided everyone else.
Yeah.
Doma has a +1.
+1. Oh, I got
Look, thus far you have successfully gotten everything you wanted in every single one of them, okay? Stop crying over there. You guys are fucking level 10, about to be level 11. You're strong.
Yeah, no, never be
help
level
you
11.
I'll help you investigate your things after we invest more time.
That's fine.
We're gonna keep an end of session where we haven't leveled up yet.
Oh, it's it doesn't happen. We got
It's
50
already 9
minutes
o'clock. We're
left.
not hitting level 11
Got
today.
50 fucking minutes
I'm
left.
rolling, I'm
Anyways, Doma, what's your roll?
All right, first one's a 3. Of course it is.
That's with your advantage, or that is the first roll?
That's the first roll. Okay, the next one's a 13, so 14.
14. Okay, and your question was, have I seen stories of Can I find stories of Marlesh giving trials and things with petrified forests and things of that
Being
nature?
dragged to the Feywild, things that have pertained
Well,
to this.
so there are tales of gods giving trials, but Marlesh is not one that's typically referenced to have a sight-worthy trial brought about him. A lot of it kind of goes back into Vlad is very, very much a god that gives trials. You know, it's fucking one of his main titles, right? The Temper of Fate. Eleanor has some speculation that she's involved with that kind of ordeal to it, to some capacity. Drabalor has definitely given what would be considered sight-worthy trials. But a thing that you kind of find out with a lot of these is that these are interpretations. It's not like the god came from the heavens and said, blank X, Y, and Z. These are not confirmations. It's just like, this event happened and I felt like it was a trial. And so, when you kind of think back on your situation, you go, am I seeing into this more than there is? Marlesh doesn't seem to really have a big stint in this. Unfortunately, right now, this is literally when you guys are learning more about Kixluni, so you wouldn't be able to know that Kixluni is also kind of a person that does trials of their own sort. but regardless, so there are gods that do trials. Marlesh is not one that is cited to do this, basically ever. And no, petrified forests is not even talked about, and from what you can see, you're either you didn't roll high enough, or this information doesn't exist here, or so it's you guys spend about an hour and kind of come up empty-handed, not really getting a good lead in any desirable direction here. Because I feel like you wanted more like, hey, he's done this, and this is what I'm on, but that's not the case. It just kind of leaves well, it's still a possibility, but evidence almost suggests it's not. But
I could take you there.
Wow.
Marlesh is not really one that has been like, hey, I need you to prove yourself. It's almost like he already knows what you're doing, right? Kind of feels like the case. I don't know. I guess he's just really good at reading people.
All right. Didn't find anything on that. Do we want to invest more time and do yours, Boulder?
Well, that's just the hour of everyone at this point. Because you find no lead, you spend the entire hour, unfortunately. So it was not like you shortcutted it. So now we get the opportunity where everyone could ask a new question or work together to get one question answered. Or so does anyone have a question they would like to look into?
No.
Also quiet.
What about a quaint evening and a dinner? We eat and
Go to bed.
have pleasant conversation for the evening until rest.
No Ardoth Ravine looking into from Baldric. No. Kind of just like, I'm done with this place.
I can agree to that. I think we should kind of get used to that, get ready for some sleep, and we can try this again in the morning.
You guys just want to fucking level up.
What do you think, Baldur? We could really, just spend an
What
hour
time is
or
it?
so.
It's like 3, right?
3 to
Isn't that
4.
what it is?
3, 4, 5.
We could get a feast.
Seven.
We can have a feast, and
Four.
do they have alcohol here?
4 something hours before, 4 to 5 hours before nightfall.
Doma, do they have alcohol
we
here?
could research if you want.
They
You want to
have
research
alcohol here.
the Zenith Spear?
Yeah, Sacramento.
Yeah,
I might find it. Well, if we search Zenith Spear,
Zenith
I'm
Spear.
pretty
I
sure
mean,
we'll find Zenith.
I would rather us research the reflective plane, 'cause I think we'll actually find something about that. I think the Ardoth Ravine, even though she won't know everything, even Shale seems to have escaped any immediate connections to anything. So, although I think before we look into it, I think that maybe finding something corporeal that we can grab a hold onto right now would maybe help us fight, I don't know, demons. And it sounds like this sun in a box is a perfect item.
Well, why don't we look up the Onyx Flame? Won't they have information on the Onyx Flame if this is where he...
I think that Marvel already gave us all the information that he could find. He's been here for some time.
What about the information we can't get from here by other means?
I don't know if he was researching the reflective plane thing, though. I think he was researching stuff.
I don't think it's a reflective plane. I think it was
just a plane of water. Mom tells us.
An endless expanse of reflection. What was this? What was the quote he said?
It was. I think that's just a
endless reflective expanse.
But we have to speak on the timeline of when it happened, and it would make sense that they would be referring to the sea of chaos that is the Maw of Jalzim. Could be.
Petite's background is just throwing me.
Yeah.
He looks so excited as that boat is breaking that ice too. He's just like
breaking the ice. There were penguins there a few moments ago too.
Alright, anywho.
It was adorable.
So
I mean, the only thing I really want to look up is like anything about the Shadowfell, but I don't know if they're gonna have anything like that here. That seems more religious, more pinpointed.
We're the religious capital of the world.
That's what I'm saying. I don't know if they're gonna have anything about the Shadowfell.
So I'm going to find out and just to try. If one of you commits, others can commit to their asks too. Okay,
I'm committing to the reflective endless plane.
I'm gonna look at the Shadowfell.
We're committing.
Who's is anyone helping these two individuals?
Yeah, I'll help.
Okay.
So Delma's helping. I'm helping.
Okay, so Baldric and Evelyn could get advantage on their rolls. This does leave Thoric and Roderick for any question that they would want to have remaining to pursue or just to sit.
Someone just pulls out some reading glasses.
Or did you have anything else that you wanted to
21.
There was
you want to start?
No, but my brain
Dirty
is
20.
For now, let us go through these events, Thoric and Roderick, and if you guys do have one by the end of it, because time will have to go through with this, so maybe you'll remember what you're talking about or find a new one. All right, so let's start with Baldric. Endless sea of reflective expanse. So you're kind of like looking for, hey, anything that's like, 21 you said, right? I believe. Yeah. Gosh, yeah. There's so many ways that you could interpret this, and so it's like really hard to get in like a firm answer. Like, oh, this is absolutely some things of interest though. Obviously the Maw of Jalzim is a water source, it's a very large water source. This huge hole now, right? It's like whirlpool. But according to Nira's story, like it maybe not while researching, but you kind of review the facts. The waters were calm when she arrived, right? Supposedly when her group and her party arrived, the waters were calm. Maybe they is referring to that. There was a notion, I think, that some of you thought that perhaps the Maw of Jalzem was an anchor to a specific plane of existence, and
Yes.
could be the plane of water, could literally an endless expanse of water. It could be referring to that. The mirror that terminology feels less important. Literally the mirror, it's just that you keep getting like, it just seems kind of like maybe it's poetry. It's really hard. However, there is one thing out in the fringes, geographically, a place of existence that is notated by documents from Fallcrest that somehow it's cited here as well in Veneer. There is a very large area of land near the Maw of Jalzem that is called the Mirror Plains. Whether this is the same exact thing or not, it could just, like, it's really hard to determine if this person was just making like a eulogy comment and trying to be artistic about like them lamenting the lost companion, or if they were referring to this. The problem though is that the Mirror Plains existence is not, like, how long has it existed? Is very debatable. It did not exist pre the rending. It's not believed to have existed prior to the second calamity. So it's believed that it has come into being post the second calamity, which unfortunately doesn't line up with the Elven Madness finalization. So you don't. But there's no firm statement that says, "Oh, this did or didn't exist there." Just that you don't. It doesn't. There's no evidence that says it absolutely did, and so you kind of are going, I don't think this is right, but this could be a possibility. The Mirror Plains is a massive area of land that is effectively like clay, and whenever rain comes through, which is not too uncommon in this area, it just makes a very long, thin lake that stretches out. So there's like a desert out in like Saudi Arabia or somewhere in the Middle East that rain comes and makes this huge, like, massive, like, looking mirror.
Clay drains very poorly, so the water stands, but it's a very thin amount of water, and it reflects the sky.
Yeah, okay. So it could be this Mirror Plains. The Mirror Plains is in the worst time of the year, will be much more fluid will be retained, and it can get quite difficult to traverse through it. Wagons and horses are not recommended if you are going to go through the plain itself and not go around it, which is what far more people do than go through it. You would have to be trudging through inches, maybe even more than that at the deepest points of fluid to just kind of plow your way through it. Supposedly it's very beautiful. It's a very beautiful place. Could be this. This is near the Maw Jalzem, but it's not literally at that corner.
Is it near the Strait of Ruin side of Maw Jalzem, or is it near the Devil's Spine side of Maw Jalzem?
Look at the mirror.
The map doesn't have it listed.
Yeah,
there.
yours wouldn't, but I do have a version for myself, and since you're looking into it, I could actually cite you here. You rolled high enough that you would see the region that's been. Of course, it's not on that fucking screen. Okay, I gotta go here. Oh, I have to pull up my Photoshop version of the map because it's a tab that's normally hidden because it's just so much extra information. So give me a moment here. Sorry, I know this actually probably disabled the webcams for me to do that, so that's gonna screw the stream up a little bit. And this needs to go back over here, and then over here. Okay, where is it? Is it called this? It's not that. Is it that? Oh, that is that. All right, yeah. It is a space that is in between the Unari River and the Mithiri River is where it happens to be. It is considerably farther than the I could kind of point it out to you here on the map, right? So supposedly it is believed that it can go down to here, but it's very congested in this space here. Is where it happens. It depends on the weather, but like in between these rivers, this is apparently a very heavily moisturized area and a lot of clay here. So yeah, this area is the expected Mirror Plains, is what it would be called.
That's him.
And that's kind of far from the Maw of Jelzem, right? Like this
Yeah.
space here. So this is kind of where you're like, it's possible. It's close. The dates are close.
I put a text down.
I mean, so what could be is that maybe that post the calamity ending, maybe there was a massive storm or turbulence in the Anchor, whatever, right, happening here from Niera's story, right, and then maybe it caused a shift here. Maybe on their way back, which this is hundreds of miles to commute. They didn't just like, oh yeah, we're back into fucking Windheim real quickly, right? They had to travel back. Maybe they passed through the mirror planes as it was forming. It's possible.
Yeah, but he died at the actual event, the Maw of Jelzem, or disappeared at the actual event. They didn't bring his corpse with him or anything. So.
But it was.
As far as I believe we were told, there was no corpse. Right? They didn't find any.
There was nothing left.
It is a fair lead, though, that it is possible that this is the place, and you could investigate this. But there is no known civilization here. It would be completely just a guess. Now, if you were going to go to both, you could just go through the Fleet, go through Fallcrest, and just go through it on your way. You could also go through Fort Tall. You guys also want to go to the Orcs, and then
it looks gigantic. Like we couldn't possibly scour.
Yeah, no, it's not
area.
I'm sorry. So I'm gonna do it. The Mirror Plains is believed to be like right here to like here, right? This is
still a gigantic region.
Yes, massive. Depending on how the weather happened to be, the portion can be or not. Yes, this is basically the Mirror Plains, is what it's considered to be, and it's more down the middle here than if it's really bad weather. It gets closer to the rivers themselves, but I don't think I don't think they have any documentation that ever cited that it actually has ever reached the rivers. So
think go back. What Niera's thing was that she was standing in the ley line path from Vanir, I believe. She's on a very strong ley line path, and she was interrupting and diverting the flow elsewhere, so they could then go into the Maw and actually interrupt it. So it's just like from Vanir there, it feels like that's an offshoot. I don't think this is it. I just had to take it. I say that's a no, but I guess it's a lead. But I feel like it's a no. All right. Well, cool. Thanks.
All right. Okay, and then Evelyn's question with the dirty 20. What was it again? Shadowfell. Boy. Well, gosh, yeah, this is a planet that's had some people explore it, but man, it's basically the information that your mother's recanting is more detailed than it. There is no known origin of where the Shadowfell came from. It's believed that it is the same physical space in the cosmology as the Feywild. They believe that they do share the same plane home. There's evidence that supports that Feywild and the Shadowfell mix together at a point. It is a very bleak point of existence. Life that exists there is incredibly hard. There's not life to consume, so going there you'd have to produce your own food. And then there tends to be like a murkiness or a depression that just kind of like eventually makes you just kind of be very nihilistic and like not care to live. There's very few known living creatures that survive the area, but there are some. There are actually sentient creatures that have survived in there. Some elves, but these elves are all fucking like really peculiar. They don't seem to have their marbles straight. They just seem to be psychotic or just really, really zany. There have been documentation of some of these expeditions in there meeting hostile sentient elves too, right? That were cannibalistic or aggressive. And so it was basically labeled, this is a very dangerous place. Undead is super prevalent. Creatures seem to have an infusion with shadow. Very, very scary place. Now, interesting thing though, because you did this research in Vanir, there is a domain in the Shadowfell. A certain individual has been claimed to be residents in the Shadowfell. Jelzem, supposedly, him and his souls he wards are in the Shadowfell. So when you supposedly die, your soul is collected by Jalzem before outer creatures can claim it and grab it. If you didn't make some stupid deal or something, because then they just they grab it before that connection already exists, and they can grab it before even Jalzem can get you. But if you are a free, liberated soul, like even if you serve another god, right, as you don't have a strong connection, other things can grab your soul before it goes to its location. And Jalzem, supposedly, either through his will or actually physically coming and grabbing you, like some people say it's like the Death Reaper, and he has to literally come and grab you and escort you away. But then the other people are like, nah, it can't be that. There's too many people dying globally. How could he, like, you know, it just doesn't, like, it's a god thing. He just whisks you away with teleportation or some shit, right? But your soul supposedly goes to his walled-in city, and in the walled-in city, your soul is safe there until the right decision of where your soul should go. But there's not really much more known about it, that he supposedly does exist in the Shadowfell. His blackened wall city, which is supposedly should be an impenetrable fortress, at least as it's described, exists there. So that's kind of like all you really learn of the Shadowfell. There should be a god there. It makes sense that Vanir would believe that is where a god would reside. That's his home residence. Doesn't mean he can't go to other planes, but that is his home residence. And it's one of a high importance, where the creatures of other existences or souls are kept there safely before they fall in the wrong hands. I hope that gave you what you're looking for. You did ask a very generic, I want to know more about the Shadowfell.
That's fine.
Yeah. So.
Yeah, I was looking more for the origins, but you said there was nothing on that. So.
Yeah, you know the origins. Oh, well, you know.
I mean, if there was anything else.
No, definitely not.
Narrative-wise.
Vanir has no speculations on what like, they have no good ground to believe like what it is, like where it came from, why. None. No. They believe it's they believe it is the Feywild space. They do not know why. I guess there could be speculation that maybe it's a point of balance. If the Feywild is an abundance of life and Marlesh is a god of balance, then he went to keep. It's unequal to have too much life here. I mean, that kind of could be true. It's possible. Your mother said that the Feywild was fine beforehand, though. So it's kind of like, why would Marlesh just be like, yeah, fuck it? Like, there's also the whole War of the Elements, and then how Marlesh was so invested in protecting his homeland anyway. So it's just kind of like, doesn't quite meet with your mother's claims, who supposedly was an eyewitness to these ordeals. So your information seems a lot more trustworthy than random speculation. And at that point, anything you could think of would probably be a same hypothesis that some random scholar has, really, right? But you have more details than even they do, so you're probably even better educated on them. No es bueno, bad place.
It's fine.
All right, and then go to Thoric and Roderick. We have you guys an opportunity here to ask any other things.
Yep. Already made up our minds.
Okay.
Roderick.
I'm supposed to be in character, but alright. You will look for things about the origin or causes of braiding and maybe its implications.
And Thoric's giving advantage on this?
Yep, I'll aid him doing it.
All right. Braiding specifically. All right, boy. Now, I'll remind you, you are in the public section of the fucking library.
22.
22. You have advantage with your investigation. All right. Well, boy. Braiding. Interesting terminology. There is some very stern views on the idea of braiding. Arguments that any creature could theoretically braid as long as it's powerful enough. Maybe even possible that a god could, but there has been no historic cases of a god ever doing braiding. Braiding is a very debatable concept. Some people don't even believe it's true. Some people believe it's just a really weird contract that can be severed by them, and it's conveniently stated that it can't be. And so whenever someone that was like braided with a powerful creature turned against it but still had their powers, the argument would be is that that creature, that patron, still had use for them and just gave them the illusion that they got to keep it, but really was still seeing the power because they still were helping it to some capacity. Braiding is not the same for every creature. Braiding is not always, hey, everything I see, feel, and hear and learn gets passed to you. Braiding can be engineered to do different things. And so your interpretation of the braiding, that everything you see, witness, and hear being passed to Elrin, may be faulty. It may not be correct. Kind of makes you dwell on some things. Elrin has at points communicated to you across the cosmos, whispered things into your ear or into your head. You remember that he's done these things, talked to you. When Duro died, he offered for you to take his place, right? So you know he's seen things, but is there other ways for him to do it? Was he just conveniently scrying on you at that time? There's no way to know if it was literally he was seeing and feeling what you're feeling or not. There is a reasonable belief that there might be a barrier, the barrier you figured all creatures have, right? He would have to somehow circumnavigate that. But Niera's words of that she believes it works this way, maybe there's good evidence that... maybe there is historical evidence of people that did have heavy involvement, but there's no way to confirm that they were braided in that capacity, right? That maybe that patron was just so paranoid this person was always working against them that they always just paid attention to them, right? A powerful creature could maybe scry indefinitely, right? Is that unreasonable? And so then it could always see what you're seeing regardless because it's just always looking at you, not because it is using this path that supposedly exists. These are the kind of scholarly disputes of, is braiding even a feasible avenue? No, so effectively it's not impossible, but it's not impossible, but it's also improbable. So that the scholars generally think the general consensus is that it seems too unlikely. Actually, it's probably a contract of terms that the person, the signee, did not understand to the full capacity, and I just don't think that you could just keep siphoning power from a creature like of that power level. It has to be willingly let you still take its strength. So hopefully that kind of. I mean, was there a more specific question you were having, or? So I feel like I talked about one specific thing and maybe not others, but maybe that's because I just thought that's what your interest would happen to be about braiding. There are some other creatures that can braid. A lot of far realm creatures supposedly like this. Those that seem to be kind of psychotic individuals, the cult leaders, seem to be the ones that end up getting said boon very frequently. But it is believed that any warlock patron, and again, potentially even a god, could do this. It does mention the 5 great evils of the far realm. Just mentions their names and their titles real quick, which I think you guys have all of these by now. But right, you have Elran, that which hoards, Hostel the Marionettis, Kurth Shalak, the discorded maw, Lacalathip, she that shrouds, and then Willio Urag, the torrential dream, are the 5 great evils of the plane of contradictions. There could be more. These are just the 5 that we are aware that exist. And then it's believed that any one of these could theoretically do it. Though I suppose the Marionettis would be for sure there should be a sighting on the Marionettis. Elran would be for sure having a sighted situation of it. Yeah, the other 3 are like, maybe. We think they could do it. They probably could. Any other question on braiding?
I mean, honestly, a lot of it came down to basically they don't really have the information on it. So
yeah, their information is contradictory. The irony.
If only you had access to the restricted section.
We'll get that later.
Yeah.
Yeah, all right.
When we come back here.
Well, we already have it in Winheim, but that's a bit far away, I think.
We need Veneer 2.0. Come back. Day 2.
Alright, well, yeah, so, okay. You guys have spent multiple hours here now. Is there anything else you would like to do, or would you like to go do something else?
I'm hungry.
Time to grab some dinner, yes?
Yes.
Oh, dinner! I would love to join you.
Unfortunately, our party is full at the moment.
All we're gonna have is good berries.
Reservation.
That is
We're just eating good berries. You don't want good berries. It's not honey.
Well, I mean, you could dip a good berry in honey and.
Well, we have
Eat it,
reservations, and there's set number
Oh,
of
reservations then. Don't mind me.
Oh, come
then.
with us. Come.
All right, so you guys leave. Dravar Mabel was not present. He did not invite him. He's too courteous to do that kind of a dick. So you leave. You leave. You go down the tower all the way. You exit the architect's archive, and you're now in the Terrace of Curiosity. And so, where are you headed?
Doma, where do we find resident? I need to speak in
Terrace
character. I'm speaking
Bound.
out of character right now. Let me speak in character. Doma,
Food and lodging.
where do we find lodging for the evening?
Oh, lodging. One of the terraces.
Wow.
So we're going back to the
really
Terrace of
great.
Glass.
This was a question that was posed in front of all of you
Brought
with
up to
Rithos,
Rithos,
saying, "Where would you
yeah.
like to be? Would you like to be in the Terrace of Blessed, or would you like to, or would Doma consider the Terrace of Balance?" Which, because these are both Doma's homes, and both should be able to support you. Rithos says for sure he could find a way for you in the Terrace of Blessed. And you guys were like, I kind of want to stay in Anniel, but Doma also might want to go see Rabadine. So
We may. I think we should go back to the Terrace of the Blessed personally and stay there.
It was my idea. Was my previous idea last time we had the talk. I mean,
I think
No, it's just gonna go through with that.
I think Anniel needs some company.
Yes.
Like something. She's gone through
Food with
quite,
Annual.
quite a lot, and
will they even
so
let us back in there with food? Bring
They
like one of
may,
those
they may
mortgage
not.
cards.
she needs to eat.
She does need to eat now. This is true.
Well-
It all depends if Rithos is there or not. I'm pretty sure Rithos is going to want to join in and talk to you more, Doma. He barely got to really catch up with you.
They still might be in the council meeting, for all we know.
Yeah,
It might be.
Meeting.
Well, we may as well get up there and see for ourselves.
Where is the
And-
council meeting happening?
Yeah, Doma, where would that happen?
Oh no.
No idea.
unknown. He never mentioned.
Oh,
Not for us
shit.
to know, I don't think.
If
So
we hear any explosions or fighting at a distance,
Oh
Yeah.
boy.
That is whenever we grab Annual and exit the city, or we go to it and
We can't
solve
grab
it.
Anniel. She's sealed behind a thing that we are not
I
able to
know.
access.
I know.
okay, so you guys make your way through the Terrace of the Walk.
Tower.
People
Terrace of the
stare
Walk,
and gawk and whisper he should be killed and shit like that,
Ooh.
and fuck those people for helping him. And you're starting to
I mean,
you're starting to
keep
recognize that it's not just about Doma. Now they're starting to curse the rest of you too. Like,
there
Finger
it is.
guns.
yeah, it's the association between Doma is spreading. To you guys have been seen with him and his
Oh
company.
man, trying to resist the urge to be bad.
What's Illinois' like
It's just we can
greeting?
surround people's minds.
Greeting?
Yeah, like so, like the
Gods don't generally have a
Daniel's
greeting.
trials, or
They have
you
every
endure his
god
trials
every
with
god has
blood.
a specific departure matches that's generally used. You
Oh,
know
okay, that one.
you know Veneer also has their own specific one they give.
Yeah, like
So
the duty.
the ones
duty-
the ones in general usage, Drabalor usually would have a pure flame guide you. Velad usually has endure his trials. Venihira is usually her blessings be with you. You have Illinois is may your pages be full and prosperous.
Your
Very-
pages be full
Now-
and prosperous.
now this is-
Everyone that insults him, may your pages be full and
It
prosperous.
is the thing is that it's not while it is the one that would be used, it's not many Illinoisans just don't really like use it. But that would be so you would hear it occasionally, but it's not like every other person's almost always using their drop line, right? While you wouldn't know this, I'm just going to give it to you just for you to be aware. If you did run into a practitioner of Kixlooney, it would be one-eyed, always open, is what it would be.
Oh, keep one eye
That's
always
pretty good,
open.
though. That's pretty good, though.
And then Marlesh's Grove tenders gifts upon you. And then finally, Veneer has a specific one that everyone will say, regardless of what happens to be. And this is about their, and you've heard it numerous times, this is about their duty. Life is our duty, and our duty is our lives. So if you wanted to just be like, not about a specific god, but remind them about this global objective, that would be your most homeostasis approach to this. But you could be spiteful and fucking be like, may your pages be full and prosperous. Like, you could be like that.
That's exactly what bothers them. They're like, Look at that old man. He's gonna fall over any minute. May your pages be full and prosperous.
I have many more open pages still. No, you don't. No, you don't.
Damn.
As soon as I rest, someone will take some of your pages away right away. Yes.
Okay.
What was the?
All right, so you said basically people curse and such.
Drabalor's was Pure Flame Guide you.
Oh, okay.
Wait, why is he saying
Okay. So you say that there's awkward conflict.
Roderick wanted to say something.
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
Oh, what's Gel
So with some of these people that would, basically be cursing loud enough, Roderick would kind of glance in a direction and use Awakened Mind to kind of speak once he got into their mind. He would try to change his voice a little bit. Wait, it's in his head. He can change it to whatever he fucking wants to,
Yeah,
right?
you can.
No, your telepathic voice is only your default. You do not get
Oh,
to.
that sucks.
Yeah, you don't get to
I
be.
can't
You don't
change
get to
it.
pretend to be someone else. You don't get to be like,
Oh.
I am a god and you're fucking. You don't get to do that. It is your voice.
He'll still say, "Do not let hate consume thee, for they are heroes to be." Randomly to people.
All right, so regardless if it's telepathic or not, it is a deception check. Please make a deception roll. And I did forget Jalzems. You are correct. The shadows guard you.
Really?
Shadow what?
The shadows guard you is Jalzem's departure from his character. Generally,
Shadows guard you.
Yeah.
Oh boy.
Pretty generic. Nothing. Some have good ones. Some don't have good ones. I'm sorry. I'm not the best-selling author in the world.
They'll meet a theme, and they're all
They do.
good farewells. So.
All right, you said deception, right?
Yes.
You better roll
16
good.
total.
16 total.
60 total?
And this was to
Alright.
just one of these people that's like kill you too. Was what it was, or what was this to? Who was this to?
Just the ones that are cursing.
So every person you're telling this to.
Everyone.
There's awkwardness between them. No one else knows you're doing this. So some people, one person, and no one knows why it happens. But at one point, someone just stumbles on their ass, and he runs away. So I mean, maybe it worked. Maybe you fucking scared people into going, I have to kill this thing right now. They're leaking in. The evil's leaking in.
Pitchforks come from the
Oh,
sky.
yeah, great. Yeah, there's demonic voices in their heads now. Oh,
It's God, Rick. It's God.
Man, that's a great. You know what, Roderick? Roderick, that's a great trick you pulled. I'm sure Kixaluni loves that one.
And now that you've done that, Jalzem is open.
Death cat, let's go.
You're
So-
seeing there's a chance.
You guys
Really
get
humbling
to the Terrace of the Blessed, and it's a lot more hospital. It's still awkward. Many people seeing you, but Red Hound. The Fiend. Yeah, whatever. So you move past
Red Hound.
you get
Do
to
you like that
you get.
name? Do you want us to call you Red Hound?
No.
It
Is
is.
it like derogatory?
It is like an insult. Yeah.
They're basically calling me a lapdog.
It
Sounds
Which
really
is
cool,
correct.
though.
It does.
sound pretty
It
cool,
does
though.
seem really
Thumbs up,
derogatory
gods.
for sure. But there is the even more derogatory, which is the Crimson Pup or the Red Pup, because now you're also like belittling the age, and that was one of the terms that good old Tower gave Doma at the front gate.
Pup.
The Red Pup,
You know, I don't.
Red pup.
chained on
Yeah,
its
I don't-
leash with interrogation, needs to die. Mutt.
Yeah, but
Oh,
they're
dear.
all chained to their own. They're limited by their gods and their beliefs. But
All right, well.
Yeah, you said that to them. They all just immediately skewer you with spears. Okay, done. Roger gone. Roll indicator. All right. So you guys get the Terrace of Blessed, and the Terrace of Blessed, you go to the Giver's Chalice. Inside, Rithos is not there. The 4 guards that were left in front of Aniel's place, like, we can't open this. Only Rithos can open the fucking Divine Sanctum. So I was like, okay, well, Aniel, we'll be back, or whatever. You might not even say anything.
Slide of paper under the door.
Knock
You
a
just-
code in Morse code.
You just- you kind of have
go
to
get some
like awkward moment where like you can't go in. You would have to wait for it. Someone you might have asked, you know where Rithos is, and like we wouldn't be privy of that information. Sorry. So you kind of have to sit and wait or go elsewhere as your choices.
Doma, you wanted to meet your.
I wanted to meet. Oh god, I can't remember how to pronounce her name.
Robadine.
I might have.
Well,
slumped it.
if Rithos isn't back, I'm assuming
The Terrace of
Robadine.
Balance. Yeah, she's not going to
Robadine
be
must
there
be
either.
Right.
That's, what I wanted to do though.
You can still go.
Really sure.
Well, we could always do that in the morning before we leave, because I don't anticipate us sticking around another day here. So we can always do that on the way out of town.
I mean
Yes.
that works for me too.
Check in with Aniel and
Yeah.
Go to the
Oh.
terrace of the bad terrace of balance, and then head out.
Any way we can send word to Jeremy or Siva that things are
Stop by the front
okay?
gate, I guess.
You couldn't leave the city.
We gotta get judged every time we come in.
Yep.
Supposedly.
City boy, city boy.
I think they'll be okay.
I mean, we told them we'd
It's
be
one
here
night.
overnight. I thought
Yes.
Yeah.
they're expecting us tomorrow.
Their adventuring
We
could be a
we,
little-
we we left them with the alchemy jug, and they have food, so they should be fine.
Yeah.
Good parents.
So what are you guys doing? You're gonna wait here for Rithos to return, or you're gonna go just walk around the terrace? You're gonna go to a different terrace? What's the plan?
A call is getting some food and waiting. That's what a call votes.
Yeah,
From a
I vote for the same.
local pub or
Food.
something?
Yeah, whatever's nearby for the Terrace of the Blessed.
And then some sleep.
We'll get some to go for Aniel as well.
Sleep.
You
Yes.
know? All right.
Oh, yeah.
So there really isn't. This terrace isn't like a hey, here's food. You can find military rations, right? You could eat at that.
Then I would ask
If you wanted,
hey,
if you wanted a more potential flavor Venerian cooking, you would have to probably go to a more culturally rich. Because if you recall, the Terrace of Blessed seems far more militaried than it's the last terrace, right? The most important terrace in their culture.
But they're the ones about enjoying your life because it's a blessing. So wouldn't they have delicious culinary
But
foods?
there is not on the terrace. Not on
Life
this
is a
terrace.
blessing.
This terrace also has less dwellings. There's more open space on it. It's got a different vibe.
So while we're in the Terrace of the Walk, is there anywhere to get food in the Terrace of the Walk before finishing?
If you want to go down the
Terrace
Terrace of the Walk, you can look for.
let's not eat in the Terrace of the Walk.
Yeah, I think we're supposed to avoid the terrace of the walk, the terrace of trials, and the terrace
we're being
of the
boxed
flame.
into a corner where we go.
Let's
So
just do
we're going for
we can
food.
deal with. We can just get up in here. I'd rather not be poisoned.
Excuse me, sir. Where is the best place to get food, if not on this terrace?
Depends what you're looking for. There's some.
Oh, he's talking to us?
There's some.
Oh.
There's some great
Someone's, like,
noodles
standing behind
in
one, calling
near the
pictures.
Emerald Enclave and the Terrace of the Balance. They have great cuisine. If you like spicy, they have some really good spicy cuisine there.
I think that sounds like the perfect place. Everyone, I know where we can go get food.
Isn't Terrace of Balance not happy with us?
Nope, they're
Who
cares?
perfectly
Let's
fine.
go.
Let's go.
All right, so you go to the Terrace of the Walk. You go to the right. You go to the Terrace of the Balance. The first time you've been to the Terrace of the Balance, and you go look for options. Now, Doma knows that one of Rithos is in his spots. It's in the Terrace of the Balance. Mayweather's ham and cheese sandwiches.
Ham and cheese.
Ham and cheese sandwiches. They're like a sub shop is what they happen to be. We're not really a sub shop, but they're like a family that just also part of their duty is to make food. So they make bread and they make sandwiches and they hand them out to people, right? This is kind of their service they do to get their keep. So you could go to Mayweather's and get subs. You could go get your Jimmy John's, or you could go look for this noodle place that has been
I'm
pointed.
going for the
Jimmy
noodle
John's.
place.
Noodle
Better
place.
believe it.
All right. So the party follows it suit. Calls, sniff in the air, looking for noodles, looking for something spicy, and you do catch it in the air. So let's talk about the Terrace of Balance. We kind of talked about it a bit. This terrace is the most vegetative terrace of all of them. The life is more abundant here than any other. Also, the dwellings here, a reminder, these are far eastern design, right? These are more like, what the hell do you call them again? Tomy poles and the fucking one that survived the nuclear blast. What did you call it?
Tory
pole. Yeah, it's you got like a giant gate like that. You have several of them in the area. The buildings all have these kind of like curved architecture. They're all very like made of like red wood or woods that have bright colors on them. This place just seems very lively. There are gardens. There's like rows of like vines of like grapes and other fruits. Like there's food like everywhere because the nature just is producing food. food. Even though it's not in season, you're seeing food very abundant. The one thing that's not as common though is agriculture, like heavy agriculture. Like you don't see like rows of corn or wheat, or they don't have like that kind of space dedicated here. That probably would be more down the recess below, if the recess can even support it, who knows. But there's other like kind of naturalistic, more like wild forest kind of fruits and things available. There are people there along the way. There are like people have baskets of like nuts, peanuts, and things of cashews and things like that. And some people just go by and they just grab a handful and they give their parting of whatever it happens to be, whatever god there. May your pages be full and prosperous, or shadows guard you, whatever happened. They march on. So it's like a small snack. So you could grab a bit of that, but you could also like, I want to find this noodle location, right? You could be looking for that specifically. And so if you did participate or didn't participate, it's not too hard. The Terrace of Terrace the Balanced does have a few people that respond to Doma's presence poorly, but they're all people that seem to be not denizens of the Terrace of the Balanced. They seem to be denizens of the other terraces, just visiting probably for food. Terrace of the Balanced is probably the good food shop balance, is what it happens to be. So there are some odd altercations, but nothing gets to like confrontation, right? You just hear the same shit you've been hearing and eyes looking at you, right? But on that, the people that you feel like are residents of the Terrace of Balance seem very welcoming, actually, to Doma's presence, as well to all of you. They ask, oh, how are you doing? Great. Oh, welcome. They're being very charitable, far more than many of the other places. The Terrace of Bless was very kind of stoic. And like they're like almost like they're like the pinnacle of their duty, and then the Terrace of Curiosity was just kind of like, I'm doing my own fucking thing, whatever, fucking red man over there, whatever, right? But this one seems very just overly friendly, is what it happens to be. And so yeah, you eventually do find a stall. There's a wagon that's been converted, and it looks like the wagon is now permanently in this spot, because like there's stone that has been etched in a way where the wagon fits perfectly in this like ground, and there's these benches in front of it, or not benches, stools, not stools, what do you call it? No, it's a stool where it's like a circle, like a pole, and there's a circle seat on top of it, and you can swivel on it. Yeah. That's a stool basically, right? But they're like built into the ground, and there's a bunch of them in front of this like this fucking post basically, where there's a guy, there's like a show of people, and there's these open flamed, very
like an ice cream shop kind of thing.
Yeah, okay, right. Circle so you could sit upon, and there are a couple people there, but there's a space for your entire group to take up, but you would take like the entire front avenue. But this is a square shaped like thing, so there's cooks in the center, and there's this giant like opened flame with like shish kebabs and things. There's like woks with food being stirred and fried, and there's oils being splashed around. You see like one of these let's make him I don't know, halfling. He's just chopping away at some what appear to be some very exotic looking some like peppers and things like that. And you see him kind of making a mince spice blend, and he kind of then someone who comes by and grabs them and just sprinkles it into their wok, and you hear the this flame flicks out, and the oil is all catching into it. And then there are being noodles. Some people are being served ramen and other yakisoba, teriyaki. Basically, you got your teriyaki joint here in fucking the Terrace of the Balance. So as you take your seat, an individual does kind of see you. Be with you in a moment. Be with you in just a moment. And then you guys wait, conspire, and gossip as you see fit. Eventually, all right, what would you have? What would you like?
Have I ever even been to this shop?
Probably
not. Oh.
It's really spicy. Generally, like when you say, I'll take some spice, they heavily hand it to you. So if you don't like spice, you gotta be like, no spice, or be like, very mild, right? Like,
I'll take the special, normal spice.
Coming right up!
Chow mein!
Chow mein?
Fried noodle.
Can I talk to you real quick over here? Ixnay on the spice.
Trying to hold pride and not let them.
Spice on mine. I'll take mine and his.
It doesn't feel real good to the old, afterwards. My body doesn't handle the exoticness
too well in these days.
You want
So
a-
it's really got to none at all. Yes.
All right.
No
Small
spice.
Also,
spice.
kids, double mine.
Small
Well,
spice.
vanilla, no chocolate. You know what I'm saying? Yes.
I'll take a chef selection.
All right, so a variety of different cuisines are cultivated here. So we got chow mein with a shit ton of like red and yellow like peppers like intermixed in it, and it is quite blaring, Roderick. I don't think you were intending it
Like
to be as
ghost
hot as it
peppers?
was.
Is that what you tossed in there?
It's something. It is definitely
Carolina
very high on the
Reaper.
Scalder scale for sure.
We have a jalapeno pepper.
Um,
just stick it.
One of you probably got like a soup or like like an egg drop bowl or something like that. So and it's fucking Chinese
Really good food.
Yeah, it's spicy. I'm sure there's gonna be the interaction of some of you going, Baldric, even without the spice, it's
I
still
told
like,
you, no spice. This is. Oh no!
It's like I just didn't even.
Starts rummaging through his bag. Oh, there's got to be some milk of chamomile or something in here.
That's right. We
got
never
to-
got you the fucking ingredients for your fucking like migraine from the vision of the ley line. So, your eyes still
Oh, it's
sting.
coming back. I'm blind again. I'm blind. Ah!
Goes blind from this.
Don't rub your eyes.
Doma appears
Ah, give me some water.
Doma appears to handle the spice very fine. It does not seem
No water.
It does not seem to be a problem for him, even though he said like, "Hey, medium, whatever." He's not struggling. Roderick, with your 0 constitution, you're struggling. I'm sorry, we're not gonna even do the roll. You're tearing up and you're
That
struggling.
body versus tongue. I don't know, man.
Yeah, your body is the thing that reacts to spice, not the tongue. Your body's going, "Oh, this is fucking problematic." Your constitution's lower, don't you?
And I start swear.
Roll a constitution saver. I'll give you the chance. Fine, here, I'll give you the
All right,
chance.
Nova's nearby anyway.
No, you do not get that fucking aura. No 5+ to it.
Why not? Why not? It'd be
no.
a 20 right now. It would be a 20. It's a
Divine
15.
guidance. It's
All right.
helping him.
15,
the gods.
15's good enough. Fine. You're all right.
gods
You're
are
sniffling. All
friends
right.
with
You asked
spicy
for extra
food.
spice. You're sniffling, but you're not Baldric complaining. Okay, congratulations. All right.
That's what the gods exist for, right? So you can eat spicy foods. Yes, that's
Exactly.
Okay.
So I
So,
can win at liquor
Kazina's had
competitions?
as you guys are like finishing up, and it was a lovely meal for those of you that didn't suffer. It was nice. It was very pleasant out. A good 30 or so minutes. Now, the time you guys have spent here, you guys are kind of like pushing like 5-ish now, right, in the evening. And as you're like sitting down here, and you're like basically like ready to leave, right? There's some fish bones in front of a call because he caught some fish. He has to always have a fish with whatever he eats. Someone pulls up right next to you, Doma, and sits down in the chair next to you. Ah, enjoying the food, I see. Welcome. You turn to your
Hello.
left and you see Robodine has taken the seat right next to you.
There we go.
Fancy meeting you here. I guess the meeting was shorter.
Well, it's over for tonight. It will be continuing again in the morning, but it does seem to be favorably going. The Fundanatis is not terribly concerned about the amendment request, but are concerned with some other information that was provided and want to talk about what Vanille is going to do going forward. So Medan being back is a whole issue of worms, and it does make the fourth calamity's looming presence feel far closer. So there's much to discuss here, but I believe your additional charge to the Western States will have full merit, is what I believe.
Yeah, I'm sorry. It is. Oh, my eyes is super watery. I'm Dr. Oscar. Nice to meet you. I'm a friend of Doma's. Yes, and yes, and can I have some water?
Can we
that's better.
Breathe,
All right.
Milk over here.
breathing's good.
Yes, that's better. People keep mentioning sort of like a prophecy or something about not Medan's back, the fourth one is coming or something, and no one's mentioned it about the sort of
things that have to maneuver before another thing happens. If you understand what I'm saying. You understand what I'm saying again.
Yes. Well, so the final conflict, the fourth calamity, has numerous prophecies with it, but united we will be is definitely a part of it. And with Madan gone and now returned, those criteria seem to line up. But there will be floods, earthquakes, howling storms, fire bursting from the ground. You know, anything that would be often prophesied for the end of the world scenario definitely seems to be artistically added into the prophecies from the Oracle for the fourth calamity, as would be the massive doom and gloom and the importance of Aeneas' battle. However, what foe will be present, how many of them, unknown. We assume it's going to be a very large abyssal horde, as the Abyss has been involved with 2 of the calamities thus far. No. Yeah, two of the calamities thus far.
So I was more referring to the fact that how does Madan... Who was it the scribe? The scribe is the one that told you about this prophecy. That no, it has to.
What is the prophecy?
The first.
Yes, where
the Oracle is the one that has the vision of the future. The first scribe was the beginning portions of our foundation of our principles, and together they came together to recognize the duty that was placed upon us. But the Oracle is the one which all the information about the future calamities that have occurred per her instructions that have met her criteria.
What other things have to happen before the fourth calamity
just kind
comes?
of thinks in her chair a little bit.
Is there a scroll that describes the things that have to happen, the flags that must be met?
At this point, all flags have been met besides the calamities itself, the destruction, earthquakes, winds, gales. I suppose there is a possibility that it's not now, though. It could be far in the future. It could also be tomorrow. I do think, though, that united we stand, as she put it, is not quite yet to be. With Madan only coming back now, it still has time before we mend.
Or any form of united.
So time would be... And it's also possible that terminology was not referring to the entirety of New Allsol, but perhaps just to Veneer, which we are not united yet. We are divided right now more than ever.
We got that order for Annual, right? That side order, the to-go order?
To the go.
Yeah, sure. I mean...
Spice, Annual.
Yeah.
They don't have styrofoam fucking bags to transport it, so I don't know how you really have a to-go order.
I'll
it's
go
put into
buy a pot.
I have a
I'll go
mess kit.
something.
You put it into a fucking cup.
Yeah.
Got a cup.
Noodles in it, cup noodles.
We'll get an egg drop soup, minimal spice, and some
Zero spice.
Minimal spice, right? They put in a bunch of spice.
Oh no!
All right,
What happened? I knew it! Oh no! Oh, tomorrow's gonna be really bad. Oh no!
No spice.
No! Oh, I must have some other sort of remedy. Okay, let's see.
But yeah, so
6 more hours from now is my regular time. So let's see.
we'll secure that.
Schedule.
We'll secure that for Annual.
All right, yeah. So you have gotten food. Got it. Okay. All right. And so, is there anything that you guys would like to talk about? It could just be gossip between Robadine and Doma catching up. There could be important questions being asked.
I'm just gonna listen to them and see what they say. After hearing the Oracle, Evelyn's just kind of just low in their seat, just...
Baldric will ask, so what exactly happened? We heard that there was sort of a judgment, but would any of you like to further elaborate on the actual things that happened?
What do you mean?
I don't
Trial,
know.
as they called it.
So
execution is what it was. They were trying to kill you, remove you from this world.
Oh, yes, they were.
They are blinded. They are not evil people, but the act they were doing there was definitely evil and unjust. And Trabalor is one of the offenders. How could you even?
Hopefully we'll
Elaborate
be
further?
Forever.
Sorry. The Exalted Hexalic, each of the respective churches has a leader, an Exalted himself. And there are 6 of us total. 3 of them are opposed to Doma existing, and 3 are against it. And the chief priest of Drabalor, Vilad, and of Jazem are against Doma's existence. And they thought, justified, that Doma's death should be earned in the bottom of the Venerable Vault. But how is that justice? Drabalor is about justice. To kill a man that has committed no crime? Just because you fear what he represents? To bridge the gap between our world and others? To end up in here veneer? I understand if I stand
plain,
the
I
fear.
suppose, is what his excuse was.
His words of, I have the resolve to do what's necessary, to sacrifice himself. But he's not just sacrificing himself, he's sacrificing someone else. It is wrong.
He's damning himself and me. Unfortunately. Luckily, I'm still alive, so no one's damned. Right?
Rithos made sure that you got through it. We are lucky he arrived.
Lucky to have met that man in general.
What sort of abilities do they have in case we have to go fisticuff to fisticuff? I just want to be armed.
What abilities do they have? Oh. Well, I guess if you were going to think about it per general classifications, Oscar, the Exalted God, is a cleric who uses magic. He's a caster. Fire is his main privy, but associated with Drabula makes sense. Ulysses is also a caster, a cleric. He tends to be supportive, but has a variety of very heavy necrotic magic, usually in his arsenal.
Yeah, he tried to blight me.
And then Hesmar, my old friend, he is well, he would be classified as a paladin, but he specializes in going toe-to-toe with his own fists. Quite a resilient man. I have not sparred with him for some time, not since you arrived, Doma. And it seems that I must have laxed on my duties a bit. He was destroying me. We used to be far closer.
Yeah, he's gotten, I want to say, better at punching than the last time I saw him, but I think that's the first time he's ever punched me.
He was holding back against me. He was not trying to kill me. He could have so many times, actually. I think he wanted me to live and you to die to the other hands. That's why he was so quick to say, I think Hesmar is not fully committed to the cause, but he has long relations with the other two as well, not just me. It's a difficult situation.
Oh, goodness. There's a reason we came here besides the spicy noodles, and I actually wanted to meet up with you. You taught me everything I know about Marlesh, and apparently while I was under the mountain, he's given me a trial, and I placed a little acorn on the table.
Okay.
I want your opinion on this.
You are very quiet, by the way.
I want your opinion on this, all of it. I don't know who else to even ask.
Do you talk about the entire situation to speed it up?
I'll talk about my brother and everything that happened in that little situation.
Okay. Curious.
I don't think I've ever even heard of him presenting a trial like that before.
Marlesh is not one that does that. I can't say that it's impossible that Marlesh did test you. Perhaps some greater threat it be. After all, your importance in general is very crucial. But isn't it rather sinister to have you kill your own sibling? I don't want to believe that Marlesh had his hand in play. I want to think that something else was involved there. Something else went wrong. These vines that were around your brother, they seem blighted, diseased. I don't think
I think
It had
something went
to do
wrong.
with the Shadowfell.
Well,
I was brought to what I believe was the Feywild.
I believe yourself said that the two are connected. Not certain more than that. I wish I could provide you better insight, but I'm not one of learned in that such regard of other planes, really. I know the Feywild is Marlesh's domain, his home, where he should be residing still today. And the Jazem should be residing in the Shadowfell. I know that. I believe the Shadowfell is bad, right? It's a terrible place.
Terrible for the living.
If it is connected, maybe some of that evil seeped through. What are you laughing at, Kyle? What Roderick's
Super zoomed in his camera. Look at this. It's like staring at like what's going on?
Yeah.
You know that what's that high chip?
Right together in your
Arms with like the guy shooting lasers out of his
Yes,
eyes at the
yes,
end.
yes,
That's what
yeah.
it looked like here.
Okay.
They just have it.
So unfortunately, I don't have the answers you seek. I think you would have to somehow commune with Marlesh.
Do you know anywhere I could go to even try? That might give me a better chance. I suppose here.
He should be everyone, anywhere where nature is abundant. He should be. But the divine are quiet as of late. They get quieter and quieter as time goes on.
Not as quiet as we thought.
Some of us still have gifts, right? So they are still influencing to some degree. At least we think so.
Yeah. He still gives me the power to protect my friends, so he must be out there somewhere.
However, I would suggest to you that just because you are nature-oriented does not mean that your power comes from Marlesh. Well, I serve Marlesh, and you know that, right? Just because you use his holy symbol does not mean... Get out of here, Roger. Does not mean you serve Marlesh.
It's gotta be the thumbnail for the YouTube video.
I don't make thumbnails, but yeah, that'd be really good. So I would not know.
Following Marlesh? Sus?
It is possible that your power, the Celestial Court works together. It is known that sometimes you can get the other domains from the other gods. You don't have to be associated to just that deity.
The Lord, like I thought. Yes, like we were talking about in the Giver's Chalice. Yes.
Ballad.
Certainly do a lot of trials.
They sort of overlap their domains a little bit, sort of, and so...
Tempest, for sure, yes.
And then the whole trial thing, I mean, he did have to fight his own brother and overcome a very difficult tribulation. I mean, it seems right up. What is going on? Stop it, guys. Stop with the camera stuff. You're making it really hard. What was I even saying? Oh, God.
Yes, Vlad is, I suppose, possible. It's possible. There's so much we don't know about the divine.
I just don't really know what to go from here with all this.
Wow.
It was really testing my faith when that happened.
Understandably so.
I still believe.
That is why I feel like, if anything, something went wrong. It was not a trial. It was something else. It just was probably coincidental that it happened to be your brother. Perhaps your brother ended up here elsewhere and ended up in the mountain when you ended up in Vanir, right? And he was working with the gods in his own accord for his own mission, and then it went wrong.
Does that mean my sister's still out there doing this? Do I have to fight her next?
Hopefully you do not have to. It was not easy to kill a person you care about.
Still doesn't explain the Accord.
It still doesn't explain the acorn and the visions of petrified forests.
Well, that is in itself is a boon to see that it's given you a direction. Clearly the intent then is to go there with it. For what? I don't know. To revive the forest? To make it hospitable again? To shed the earth? But even then, how could there be a way for the forest to grow when there's no sunlight under this mountain you speak of? That the forest would still die and wither. You could not sustain life that way. So, something
If
beyond...
it's a magical seed, it could probably grow anything or anywhere, right?
Well, there is still life. The forest does still thrive in its own way.
Fair. But my point being, I don't know. I would not have an idea. Your speculation is as good as mine. But I would say in confidence with you that the fact that you had a vision of where to go when you were resonating with the seed is all the guidance you need. You will learn what you need to learn when you get there. You need to head there. At what speed and experience, that is for you to decide, my dear. My way is never to teach you how it must be done, but rather to equip you with the tools to let you make the decision. That's how I've always instructed. Oh my gosh, is it really? Yeah, everyone's cameras is bugged here this entire time.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Gosh damn it, I wish I knew. Alright, let me close it. Relaunch it. I'm so late to this. Wow, that means that we haven't had webcams for freaking forever then.
I don't know how long it's been, but I realized I'm like, why is everyone looking away? Like at other parts of their screen.
The only one popping out was DTW, and I was like,
And now no one knows what was happening with Roderick's face and him zooming
And Kyle had the whole like sleepy look because he just had blinked.
That means we don't have the ability to make a thumbnail. Oh no, unfortunately.
No, not the thumbnail.
Anyways, we wouldn't use. I don't use it anyways, so I don't stop.
Here it comes.
Stop.
Here it comes. Go. What the hell? Chaos.
What's that? Getting secret subscribers? These 10 tricks will do what? Alright.
Sucks Among Us? Not following Marlesh anymore?
Oh boy. Wow.
Not to say you aren't, but you could not be. They share the space.
I suppose I'll have to see when I go put this acorn on a tree.
Wait, what?
I mean, if it's as simple as that, let's hope it's as simple as that. This tree.
It never is.
You're putting the acorn on the tree?
Doma, your life is your choices are very difficult, not easy. So, I do not. I recognize your path is very hard. It's admirable that you can keep moving forward despite everything.
Still things I want to protect.
That's a good answer.
I just want to live. I just want to live through this. I'm talking about the spices. I'm talking about the spices. That's what I'm talking about right now. Yes, I want to live through the whole cosmic world thing too, but I just don't know if I'm going to survive this night.
That'd be a very horrible way to go.
I told him no spice, none.
Is there any left? Let me try it. Let me see.
He had scraped off some of it, so there's a small pile of just spice. like your finger, your pinky. Oh, yeah, not too bad.
Yeah, not bad. Yeah,
this is not bad. This much. On the spice.
Well, I know that you have many things, and it is getting late. It was nice to catch up with you. If you do stop by Vanilla again, please feel free to stop by here. This place is always welcoming to you, Doma.
Yeah. Next time I'll stay in friendlier terraces, I guess. First.
Well, may you and your colleagues have a wonderful evening, and then good luck in everything that you do.
Thanks, you too.
May your pages be full and prosperous.
Grove Tender's blessings be upon you.
Yeah, you too.
Sorry, Grove Tender's gifts be upon you. My blessings is fine. Gifts, yeah. I felt like that was
Great
a little
Gardener's blessings be upon you.
Same thing.
All right,
Shall we
Rabadane
return?
gets up, excuses herself, and then heads off towards the Emerald Enclave itself.
So I guess Rithos is back over at the Terrace of the Blessed then.
Yes.
He's busy.
Good assumption too.
You run off with the package in hand, going towards the Terrace
Spicy
of the Blessed.
noodles.
And
So
to-
spicy.
with the
Not
food
for
in
Annie.
hand to see Anniel.
I can handle it.
And yeah, so that's 10:30. It's time to shut this down, unfortunately. Yeah, there was stuff I still wanted to do here. You still haven't slept. You still are level fucking 10.
I freaking told you guys.
Well, you know what, Nick? Everyone level up your sheets for next session because we are sleeping.
Bro, we
Oh,
had
they've
that
been
2
leveled-
sessions
they've been
ago.
leveled up for like
3
3
sessions
fucking
at this point.
sessions. Yeah.
Doma,
Oh, it's like
I just
4.
as
gotta
you
delete
guys
it.
move down the bridge, a sharp
Shit.
pain is felt into your back as a bunch of stealth assassins appear.
3
Roll initiative,
Yeah.
right?
Done.
Alright, yeah.
No.
All 8 of you die, or all 6 of you die. All right. Well, anyway, so yes, we'll end it here, because there's no way to expediently get us to that rest. No, it can't happen. I know you want it, but there isn't. You're gonna go back to the terrace. You're gonna talk to Rithos. You're gonna talk to Anniel. That's a minimum 30 minutes. Okay, we know it. Do the plot in your head. We're not. Yeah, you can squint at me all you want. It ain't changing. We're not keeping Potato up to freaking 11 our time. So no, we'll stop here. We'll pick this up next week. You'll finally get to level 11 soon.
Maybe.
And then
God,
you'll get to
Roger,
nice
what is-
explosion. All right, but so yeah, thank you for the viewers. Thank you for your participation, players. Hey, thanks for playing.
God, the
And,
planet.
next Friday, we'll pick up back where we left off, where you guys will be talking to Rithos, talking to Anniel, and then go to help Sivir. And then after you go help Civ, you're going to go ahead and help Jeremy. And after you go help Jeremy, you're going to go ahead and then head back to the Western
Jeremy.
States. And you go back to the Western States. You go in, and after that, you'll stop the sickness. You save the Western States. You bring unity. You go into the mountains. You go save the tree. You stop by the temple for
Save the
some
tree.
reason. You have all these problems, and before you know it, you stop the 4th calamity. Wait, soon, very soon. So yeah,
Rick is dancing.
and remember, don't trust
Don't
the
trust
Dungeon
the
Master. Good night.
Never ever.
We found too many